So you found the skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to this thing that is happening that is not normally something that happens. I am, of course, your friendly neighborhood Ceratosaurus, Dapper Dinosaur. And I am here with Doc Dino and Chesh. And Vishanti may or may not be joining us in a bit, and I'm going to hit play on this counter because the stream time depends in large part on y'all. So, before we introduce everyone, the way this is going to work is every single membership that I get is going to increase this timer by 1.5 minutes. And so, the more send, the longer we stay on. And I am, though, going to put a hard limit on there at about 4 hours, which is about 120 memberships at that level. So, and then there's Lieutenant Matt the Navigator with our first 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships already pushing up our time. Thank you very much. Yeah, and so the goal is I want to get another emoji. And Vishanti has been sitting on an emoji for a long time. So I want to get that. And, yeah, so what we're going to do is we are going to be taking a look at a talk given at the... What was the name of this conference, Doc?
It was some, I think Beyond Bones was the title of it.
Beyond Bones. Should be Beyond Bone, because that's how I feel when I'm watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Fits of the Moon... Let me get this. Let me make sure I can actually read it. Fits of the Moon pauses during eclipses. Oh, yes. Fits of the Moon pauses during eclipses. Let's get to the membership. Thank you so much. Yeah, so Gabriela Haynes, for those of you who might not know, is like AIG's pet paleontologist, and she wrote an atrocious paper a few years back about the, like, taxonomy of Archaeopteryx, which was... It was so bad that other young Earth creationists came in to point out how bad it was, and they were meaner than I was. And I was not kind to that paper.
It was pretty awful.
Yeah. Tiktaalik, Episode 3, Revenge of the Fish for 200 Argentinian pesos says, never expected Dapper to invite Kent to his panel. You will notice that this is not Kent Open. And then Ambi Carcinogistic Z has gifted another membership. Thank you so much. Alright, so, and of course I have Chesh here for some reason. Probably because
Hello, it's me! I'm here to cause problems. I made myself a discount white Russian. By discount, I mean I didn't make it with rum, or I made it with rum instead of vodka.
Oh, geez, 15 more memberships just came in. Holy cow.
Yeah. So let's see. We just had 5 from John Hopkins and 5 from Medgeeky Platypus Warlock. Now here's the thing. I'm not going to keep track of drinking triggers because, quite frankly, I'm not drinking alcohol today because you guys see me drink on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and I don't actually usually drink alcohol much outside those times. Like, if all you see of me is me on my live streams, you might think that I'm drinking every night. But that's actually not at all true. I sometimes drink on the weekend if I'm hanging out with people. Other than that, it's pretty much just the live streams. I do have some water here. So let's see. Renee Hart, Heat Problem Reborn, member for 17 months at the Amulet level says, alas, I can only get one membership because my entertainment budget is running low already. Hey, that is absolutely fine. You guys have already gotten us up quite a bit. In fact, I am still not up to date with this. So that's where we are. And also, it does not only count gifted memberships. If you join yourself, you actually get your own membership, that will also increase it. Because the goal is not so much like gifts or the money. The goal is I want another emoji, and I want it to be Darwin, and Vishanti has already made it. So,
Oh dear.
the real question though is, Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I am drinking tea myself.
Very nice.
I anticipate there being a lot of drinks, so.
I mean,
Well,
there's as many drinks as you want there to be.
Yeah, I guess.
Josh McGee
Normally there'd be a lot of drinks.
A Dapper Dinosaur membership. Thank you so much. All right, so, and there's Becca Justiniano with another one. And Chesh, how are you?
Hi,
doing?
Becca.
How you doing, Chesh?
Me? How am I doing? I'm a little tired. I've been doing a lot. I've been talking a lot of politics. I just got off of a stream over on Debate Hub, if you follow me over there, which is a lot more like educational as opposed to like where I bring experts on and talk about things from like a more expert perspective. But I've also been talking a lot about just like politically what's been going on in Canada versus America versus like craziness on my own channel, which is a little bit more like of the goofy posting, a little bit more gooberin going on over there. But alas, I am here. I got my drink. I'm ready to bash my face against the... I have a question about whether or not this woman is going to make me bash my face against my desk harder than yesterday reading the Canadian conservative version of Project 2025.
That is a great question, and I don't know.
It's a high bar. I was pretty irritated yesterday.
It gets pretty bad, I will say. And also, people are asking, yes, I am drinking out of a measuring cup. And in case you're curious, my little, well, I guess that kind of covers it. My little tea topper is a little frog on a lily pad.
Oh, that's cute. Also, Carnival Frog just gifted 10 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. All right, so let's bring Gabriela Haynes up. You'll see for a few frames some guy walking out a frame because he's just introduced her. In case you don't know, Gabriela Haynes is the AIG pet paleontologist. She got her PhD at a university in Brazil. She is in fact Brazilian, which also means that we're not going to be picking too much on her English because her English is her second language, and I guarantee you her English is way better than my Portuguese. So I don't get to really pick on her because she has done a lot of hard work to learn English pretty well. And while it's not perfect, hey, she did the effort, and I'm not going to take that away from her, no matter how much I disagree with her. Because you know what? Learning languages is cool. You should all do it. And you should respect other people who've already taken the time to learn your language.
I've been learning French out of spite.
Well, that is the best reason to learn French, because of all the people who don't seem to appreciate it when you take time to try to learn their language, it's the French, because until you become completely native-like and fluent, don't care. They're in fact insulted. So, I don't know what it is with the French. Most countries, if you show up and you even try, they're like ecstatic that you even bothered.
It's okay, I'm doing a double whammy. Not only am I learning French out of spite, I'm not doing it to spite the French, I'm doing it to spite Americans.
Okay. There's
fair enough.
Dr. Geese just gets another Dapper Dinosaur membership. One of my friends in college would always... Okay, so she had dual citizenship. She was in sort of a Musk situation where she had U.S. citizenship and Canadian citizenship. She grew up in the U.S., but anytime she was abroad, she would very sure to claim that she was Canadian and to never mention the American citizenship at all, or the fact that she grew up in America. She was like, nope.
That's the thing that... Listen, Americans have been borrowing from Canada for a lot of things for a very long time, and you know what?
Like your actors
That's how I feel
and
about
musicians.
that right now.
All your actors and musicians, they come here.
Well, yeah, because you guys spend absurd amounts of money. It's like our hockey players go there too.
Some of our
Canada
hockey
does
players
this
go
thing
there.
where we really like to do things and invest in things, especially when we get to spend American money to do it, i.e. Avro Arrow and NASA.
TikTok episode 3, Revenge of the Fish for 200 Argentinian pesos says, I'm learning French so I can refuse to speak it instead of simply being unable to.
Thank you! Yes!
Chess, is there any other language you're working on?
We have a game that involves Star Trek on Fridays, and so I think our first episode is tomorrow, right?
Correct.
First episode is tomorrow, and I have been admittedly brushing up on my Klingon. By brushing
There
up,
you
I mean
go.
learning from scratch, because I don't know anything. I'm doing my best, sir.
Roshina Hexagon Smasher Keller for $4.99 says, you have to learn French well enough to get over their extreme xenophobia. Yeah, that's the thing. All right. Anyway, here's Gabriela Haynes, who is not learning French as far as I know, but she's welcome to. Nope, that's not it. I want this one. There we go.
We're
This
moving.
program works. All right, here we go.
Hi, everyone. Good
Hi.
afternoon. Good afternoon. It's so good to be here talking about this topic. We have done a lot of research the last few years, and I'm very excited to talk about this topic here. So we're going to be talking about dinosaurs and feathers, as you all know. And
So, I want to point out, this has been a hobby horse of hers since she got to AIG, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, have you read her dissertation?
I have not.
It's all about identifying beetles by wing case from some formation in Brazil. Like, she's not even a trained vertebrate paleontologist, right? She's a paleoentomologist by training. But for some reason, she got to AIG, and this has become her thing. She doesn't tend to talk much about, like, hominins, like Australopithecus, or anything like that. For some reason, they've got her on, like, bird duty, and I don't get why. Part of it is that I just don't get why creationists feel like this is a hill they should die on, because they really shouldn't. But
Well, I mean, the real fun thing is they say God's word never changes, but they've changed their stance on what counts as a bird and what counts as a dinosaur in the last few years.
they sure have. Of course, Christians also have many, many times changed their stance on what the Bible says, too. So,
I think they should change their stance more often.
I actually do agree. I think they probably should.
something that we have to have in the back of our mind, some of those information, because it's very important. I know that some other people have talked about it, Ken Ham and Dr. Georgia, that have talked about the worldview, and we cannot forget about that. We have to understand that everybody has a worldview, has a way of seeing things, of perceiving things. And
So, one thing that gets me here is that there is no option for you to get an unfiltered version of God's word, right? Even if we accept that the Bible is God's word, you still have to interpret it. And the fact is that people don't all interpret it the same way. And further, when she says man's word, what she means is ideas backed by evidence. Let's be very clear here. She's not like, something some guy made up one day. No, she means the things that actually have physical evidence backing them up. Which, I would just call, like, our best attempt to access how things really are and talk about them.
Also, I've gotten a bit into graphic design lately. It is really bugging me how one book is closer to the middle than the other.
Yeah.
And neither of them have their words tilted right.
Yeah, they're all just both flat, staring straight at us.
It's
Maybe
so bad.
it would be better if you didn't think of those words as being on the spine, but just as labels floating in the image that are only coincidentally around the spine of the book.
I think
I
I'll
feel
just
like
hate it.
maybe you'd be better off just not thinking.
Well, I mean, Gabriela Haynes would certainly appreciate that. Gary Bronson for $5 says AIG should change its stance to unstick itself from Ken's thigh.
I have decided.
Ken's thigh, sorry.
I've made a definitive decision that I refuse to think about the things people say until they prove to me they know how to conversate.
Step 1, don't use made-up words like conversate. TikTok.
These are the standards I'm putting on other people, not on myself. What are we doing here?
Okay.
Obviously. TikTok episode 3, Revenge of the Fish, for 100 Argentinian pesos. Says, Gabriela's English seems to actually be pretty good. I'll take this as permission to mock Mr. Feeder's English. Look, I'm not going to mock his English either, although I do realize that I have now spelled Gabriela Haynes' name wrong in the stream title and the thumbnail. Which
really care?
means... I care a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, there are creationists on whom I wish horrible, horrible things. Because they're just the worst. But they're not all in that category, right? Like, I hope that all of the worst things possible happen to Kenthoven, because he is basically the worst possible human. I don't feel like that's the case for Gabriela Haynes. Now, granted, she's a bigot who's carrying water for Christian nationalists, and none of that's okay. So it's not like I'm hoping that she has the best life ever or anything. Like, I respect her enough to get her name right. At least spelled right. At least in the title. I'm not going to change the thumbnail. I'm too lazy for that. But
yeah, fair enough.
I'll take the one L out of her name.
I respect the LGBTQ community enough to know that they are more than capable of shelving someone's bigotry to address all the other stupid stuff they're saying. Like the individual saying. Speaking
of which, I just want to make a quick announcement that, hey, there is no senator from Texas named Ted Cruz. That is Rafael Cruz, for as long as he's going to keep doing things like, attacking trans rights. If he doesn't get to have... If he's not going to support the rights of other Americans who, want to do things like be called their preferred name and use their preferred pronouns, I don't feel any obligation to use his preferred name, which is Ted, which isn't any part of his actual name. His legal name is Raphael. And if he's not okay with trans people changing their names, guess what? I'm not okay with him trying to do it either. That's Rafael Cruz. I'll do that. Anyway, my unfinished stock for $2 says, don't use made-up words, like and share instead. Although, to be fair, aren't all words made up when you really get down to it?
Mm-hmm.
But also,
don't start with me.
Sapphire Magical Wolf Paws Light has gifted 5 Dabber Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but Dan Biddle, who is not in this video, claimed that you could stick a wolf paw in liquid nitrogen and it won't freeze.
What?
Yep, because
I'd be impressed if you could stick anything into liquid nitrogen and have it not freeze.
Well, you'll be very impressed by oxygen then.
I am impressed because, especially when it's I've never heard of oxygen before.
Twiggy's gifted 1 Dapper Dinosaur membership. Actually, so it's like the boiling point for oxygen is like a little bit higher than the boiling point for liquid nitrogen. So if you take a container of liquid oxygen and you just put it in liquid nitrogen, that's a pretty good way to keep the liquid oxygen stable while having it just open to the air. Because liquid nitrogen will cool it down to below its boiling point. Which then lets you do things like see how cool the blue color is of liquid oxygen, because it actually is a very cool blue color. So if anyone ever asks you what color oxygen is, which I don't think will happen, but if they do, it's sort of a powder blue. So there you go. All right, I'm going to hit play on this now that we're...
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Is it bad that I recognize the Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the image here?
Isn't that just like a Black Beauty reproduction?
No, it's not Black Beauty. It's a juvenile. I think it's
it is a juvenile.
Gorgosaurus.
You're right. Yeah, look how big the eye sockets. How narrow the snout is. I wasn't paying enough attention.
It's through those glasses we're going to interpret everything around us. I heard that many times when I was in college, and they said, well, what about neutrality? So many times my colleagues and even my professors, they would just say, well, let's talk about neutrality, okay? And that's the same thing that...
I never had a conversation like that with any of my professors. That just never came up.
That sounds like a conversation you would have in like a communications class, not in a biology class.
Yeah, although, so here's one thing. I do happen to have seen that more than one young Earth creationist has come out of the same department that she did with the same advisor So I think something funny is going on at that school. I think they've got a young Earth creationist who managed to sneak in and get tenure, and who is now being a PhD advisor to other young Earth creationists, but who's able to keep the like pseudoscience to a minimum in their publications, and that might explain why that might have actually come up in her school. I have a sneaking suspicion that's what's
Like
going
enough
on there.
that nobody's noticed.
Well, enough that like there's nothing you can say that's bad enough that like you can overcome the tenure, right? Because tenure makes it very hard to get rid of someone. Not impossible, right? Like if they're committing crimes or stuff like that, then yeah, you can get rid of them. Or you can ostracize them and basically just stop them from teaching classes and say, okay, you're still employed here, but like we're not supporting you in doing anything. We'll just keep sending you a paycheck. But if you're careful enough, you won't have any of those things happen. Rayla got to Bella for $2 says the substance GH's brain is made of evaporated. Then TikTok episode 3 Revenge of the Fish for 100 Argentinian pesos says God's word versus man's word, but God uses he/him pronouns, and I'll die before I listen to a man. That's another thing. Christians will get really upset if you don't use God's preferred pronouns according to them. Which like, hey guys, seems like you actually do support preferred pronouns, but only for the people you like. Because most Christians don't think of God as having a penis.
There's also like this other problem of how do we know that God's preferred pronouns are he, him, when the only people writing the Bible were men?
You don't know that that's the case.
And they just admitted something about worldviews.
I'm just going to say, you don't know that all the people who wrote the Bible were men, because we don't know who the authors of most of the books of the Bible are.
Okay, fair enough. I will take the correction, but my point stands.
Okay.
And just on the issue of neutrality, I mean, when I was getting my degree, we were encouraged to evaluate new information from like a neutral position. Just like analyze the evidence and see if it holds up. But I don't think that's quite what she's talking about here.
No, so she's. I'm sure she's going to go into the whole like, there is no neutral position when it comes to the Bible. Either you're for the Bible or you're against the Bible, because apparently she's taking her theology from George W. Bush. I knew Chesh was going to get that one. That was specifically for Chesh, and it worked. Oh, my unfinished journey for $6.66 says, Hail Nero, Hail Daps, and gang. What are Doc Dino's social tags? So, Doc's YouTube channel is linked in the description. If you would like, you can give your any other, like, I don't know if you have a Twitter or a Blue Sky or a Facebook or anything like that.
No, just my YouTube channel.
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah, it's just Dr. Dino, like it's spelled here, but without a space.
All right, here we go.
This is the proposition right here. So put your Bible down and talk about, let's talk about in a neutral ground. And that's what this other man does. Just abandon the Bible and embraces a neutral ground? No, it's embracing man's idea.
I gotta tell you, if you think you're doing science, but you abandoning your preconceived dogmatic conclusions that you've made means that you can't support the science you think you're doing, I have news for you. The thing you're doing isn't science. So, Roshina Hexagon Smasher Killer has just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur membership.
Nice. And yeah,
Indeed.
And yeah, science is based on evidence. We have to go with the evidence that we have. And the world doesn't revolve around the Bible.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, people have reasons for believing in the Bible. Now, I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should or shouldn't believe in the Bible or whether it's a good or a bad idea. But the fact is that no one is innately just, like, going to accept the Bible out of the blue. If you want to convince someone that the Bible is true and you want to use, like, science to do it, first, I think you're probably barking up the wrong tree. But second, you don't get to assume the Bible in order to do that. That's just begging the question. And then Josh McGeese has gifted another Dapper Dinosaur membership. I like that Josh McGeese is having them trickle in. Other people are like 5, 10. He's like, what if I give 1, but like 8 times? How about that?
The secular ideas, because there is no neutrality.
I bet she hated net neutrality.
We have to
So
understand.
she's not wrong, right? Okay, so like from a philosophy standpoint and from like a psychological standpoint, there is no true neutral. It's an ideal, not like it's like a superposition, and like it's like theoretically it exists, but no singular person and no individual can ever have, or even as a group ever have, a true neutral position on anything, because you're limited by your biology, you're limited by your knowledge, you can't know what you don't know, yada 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 yada. But she's trying to apply this socially, and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. Also, I want to say, Roshan Hexagon Smasher gifted 5 memberships. I did not mention it, although I did update the counter. So we are still right on the counter. So,
I remember you calling it out.
well, look, Metageeky says I missed it. And if Metageeky says I missed it, I'm going to believe that I missed it. And just, look, I would rather call it out more than once than miss it.
Fair, fair, fair.
That right concepts will lead to right conclusions. The right glasses will lead to the right conclusions. The same way the wrong.
Yeah. I mean, to some extent, yeah, you do need to not make erroneous assumptions about the world in order to come to the correct conclusions about the world. But just making reasonable assumptions about the world is not going to automatically allow you to have, like, the right answers. And further, let's remember, what are the actual assumptions that science makes? I mean, it's basically like
The world exists.
The world exists, and that's like the basic principles according to which the world operates do not change significantly across time or space.
We're back into philosophy. Assumptions and axioms aren't inherently wrong or bad, and having the right one doesn't necessarily mean you're going to draw the correct conclusion, but it's a good starting point.
Yeah. Okay, we have a few things here. First, Rael Gatuello says what I think is in Portuguese, which means I'm not even going to come close to pronouncing it correctly. But reposa en Genese é uma sacola de Carlos, I think. Something like that. Like I said, I do not studied Portuguese. But then Meat Permits Tad has gifted a membership, and then Regios has gifted 20 memberships. So thank you very much. And now that clock is up to 2 hours and 20 minutes. So you're stuck with us for a while, everybody.
Yeah, and I really love how the whole first part of this lecture just basically boils down to turn your brain off, don't critically think, just listen to what I say and believe it.
Yeah.
That's this whole lecture so far.
Mm-hmm. And also, one of the things I really want to point out is AIG is the ones who really push the whole, like, there's historical and then there's, like, observational science. But here's the thing. In order for, quote-unquote, observational science and historical science to not both work, you have to get rid of the very idea of empiricism, right? Because the only way that empiricism works is if the principles according to which the universe operate are not just varying wildly. But what that means is, just like you can make predictions about the future, about what future data you will collect, you can also make predictions about what happened in the past and what evidence you should find if that happened. So if you want to say that, oh no, you can only do one or the other, you're being inconsistent, because either empiricism is valid, and science is therefore valid, or it's not. And to be fair, empiricism can't be proven logically. You have to just assume that it's valid. But science does that, and it works, so it seems like a pretty decent assumption.
It's the degree of it. It's like the rule of pragmatism. You use it because it functions.
Yeah, and consistently functions to a really high degree.
TikTok episode 3 Revenge of the Fish for 200 Argentinian pesos says more Portuguese. Why do you guys do this to me? AI Gino é uma vagina de quinos, I think, maybe? I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese. My goodness. It's easier when people send me, like, Amharic or something, because then at least I have an excuse to go look it up. Triceratops, Young Earth Creationist, learn Chicago-style challenge. No, that's impossible. Amniote level, member for 14 months, says, this is a great crowd to be stuck with. Mothra. Thank you very much. And then Meat Permits Tad, who's been a member for 2 months, says, can't stick around, work stuff, have a good stream, you have a great work thing. So enjoy that work thing, hopefully. Or at least have it be not too onerous if enjoyment is out of the picture. Oh, and by the way, in case anyone's wondering, yeah, we do have Archaeopteryx here as our background image. Complete with feathers, and also not drawn like just a modern member of AVs. An actual paleontological reconstruction. Just in case Dr. Haynes ever watches this, hopefully it'll piss her off.
And the artwork even has the hypertrophied second claw.
Mm-hmm.
That I think we just figured out that it had that a few years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty recent. There was some idea that it might have because of the closeness of like Aviale and Deinonychosauria. So like, it's actually one of the reasons why later on we'll see that Archaeopteryx in a few different studies has bounced between Deinonychosauria and Aviale.
Yep, I'm gonna have something to say about that.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoil it, but Dr. Haynes does not know how any of that works. Let's see, Roshan, a Hexagon Smasher Keller for $4.99 said, I stepped out for a bit. Has Chesh started cursing wildly yet? No, not yet. Although, I feel like if I make too many more references to George W. Bush, she might.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna start cursing wildly, but it'll be in Klingon.
Ooh. Let me get some Mukhardvesh. Chesh definitely knows what Mukhardvesh is.
My knowledge is limited, but powerful.
Concepts will lead to wrong conclusions. When we talk about the basis for modern science, the idea that they have, the glasses that they have when they talk about science is evolution. And so many times I heard people saying, I actually had an experience with a colleague of mine. We were in a lab just doing some research. And he said, he knew that I was Christian, but he didn't know that I was creationist. And at the time we were talking, and you know Christians, right? We just talk about Bible and God. It's kind of a conversation that kind of get out of our mouth, and we just like, oh, yeah, we said that.
Yeah,
So
you guys are
talking to him,
pushy,
he's
we
a
know.
Sorry?
I said, yeah, you guys are pushy, we know.
yeah, there is that.
Atheist. He hated Christian and creationists. And I was talking to him about something, this and that.
Right-handed Sith just said that we should start an F-bomb fund just for Chesh. I mean, I'm not going to stop you from starting an F-bomb fund just for Chesh.
I mean,
Although she's being surprisingly well-behaved so far.
No, we could do that if I get like 10 memberships on my channel.
Oh. Rael Gatubello, I don't know who you think you're talking to like that, but that is highly offensive, sir. But because it is a super chat, I will read it. Ray El Gatubello for $2 very, very rudely says Hab Shoshlit Huch. Which, wow. If watch it. You're on thin ice. I don't want to have to time you out on it or anything.
I'm out here not even monetized right now. Like, what are you guys talking about?
I mean, we're talking about right there in the chat. See, Rayo Gatubello said it. Which I'm sure Chesh can translate. Don't worry about it.
No, I cannot.
No, Chesh, you don't tell them that. You tell them, oh yeah, no, I get it. Very rude. There it is. On dictionary.
Yeah, what? You're such a jerk. Ugh.
And I like what Triceratops says in the chat. Biology is evolution. There is no biology without evolution. I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, that's basically true.
And like the thing is, without Darwin, evolution is just an emergent property within biology. Like it just happens.
Yeah.
We would have figured it out at some point.
It's like trying to do astrophysics without relativity. It's just not going to work. You're not going to do it. You're going to fail.
Yeah.
The Bible. He looked at me. Why did I say that word? He was #upset.
And I looked at him.
Did she just
and he
use?
looked at me.
Did she just casually drop a hashtag in a speech? What
How do you
year?
do, fellow
What
kids?
year is this? Is this 2010 and I just missed it or something? This was recorded. Was it like 8 days ago or something crazy like that, or like a few months ago or something? It was recent, last year, but it was late last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, like November or something.
Okay, yeah, so not that long ago. Okay, just to give you a time frame. No, this is not a video that we found from like 2010 or something. This was just last year. Not even a full year ago.
I mean, it's creationist. They have to be at least a decade behind the times on everything.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah. Oh no, some of my sound tiles started to fall. All right, here we go.
He looked at me and said, the Bible is not science. I'm like, well, okay.
Correct, like
what does the word science
definitionally,
mean?
yes.
I asked
Right?
him.
Yeah, it is very true that the Bible isn't science.
Oh, and also we're getting our first definition of this lecture. I wonder how many she's going to complain about.
The real question is she ever going to define dinosaur? Ever? Because if there's one thing creationists never do, is define dinosaur. Or human, for that matter. Or bird, yep. Although I happen to know that Gabriela Haynes likes to say that she uses the Linnaean definition for bird, which she absolutely does not, because I've read out several versions of Linnaeus's rules for inclusion in AVs, and she violates that routinely.
I've never read it. I'm curious what it is.
Oh, just check it out. The easiest one to come across is the first edition, but you can also come across, I think it was updated, like specifically AVs was updated in like the 5th edition. More details. But like
Wikipedia popped up with the 10th definition right away.
Oh, 10th edition? Okay. Might have been that. It does. She will pick animals that don't fit any of them. So.
Yeah, Archaeopteryx doesn't fit that definition.
No, it doesn't.
Like, huh? Like, well, you saying that my Bible is not science. I'm asking you now, what does the word science mean?
Hey, that's a good question to ask. I mean, that's good to figure this out. I just wish that she would listen to herself. And when she says, hey, if the Bible isn't science, we need to know what science is. Okay, cool. But then when you say Archaeopteryx isn't a dinosaur, it would be great if you would give a definition for dinosaur. But I happen to know you're not going to, are you, Gabriela?
Then he said, I don't know. I'm like, well, you're starting really well now. And I said, well, the word science means knowledge.
Which, no, it doesn't. It comes from a Latin word that means knowledge. But words mean what people use them to mean, and no one uses the word knowledge as interchangeable with science, right?
We have reached my favorite thing. Semantics.
Right. Roshina, hashtag upset Keller. Oh, no. For $1.99 says, definitions are for dictionaries, not scienticians. Yeah, so here's the thing. Science is a method for learning about the natural world based on empiricism, and you can also use it to mean the knowledge gained by that method, right? We're not going to go into the depths of exactly what the scientific method is, what empiricism is, how we justify empiricism, but that's fundamentally what science is. It's not just knowledge, right? If I memorize a sonnet from Shakespeare, that sonnet doesn't become science. No one uses the word science that way. Also, I suspect this conversation didn't really happen.
Yeah, and also just definitions change too. They can.
Yeah.
So
science in older versions of English did actually mean knowledge. But
yeah,
that's
science
not,
falsely so called, right?
Right. In that it actually is just knowledge falsely so called is a better translation for modern current day audiences. All right, we got a couple super chats here. Lieutenant Math the Navigator for $10 says, nobody send a young Earth creationist to relativistic speeds. The interaction between time dilation and young Earth creationists induce chronographic anomalies might tear the fabric of the universe. Well, Lieutenant Matt the Navigator would know, because Lieutenant Matt the Navigator, if you can't tell, is in fact a beluga whale navigator serving on a Starfleet vessel. Uh-oh. That reminds me, Chesh, remember, in a few days you're going to have a captain's log to record.
Yes, I'm a very, very busy goblin.
Well, the good news is it probably won't take more than about 3 minutes to read.
Probably.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you're going to flub lines.
I am just going to send you the audio of the Nyan cat.
I might have to kill off your character.
Oh, gosh darn, then I'll have to actually focus on on production.
Breno Gatsubello for $5 says, I like how dinosaurs developed hollow bones and subsequently became huge, and then when that became a liability, they went with plan B and started flying. To be fair, actually, the hollow bone development happened before they were dinosaurs. So that is something that they inherited from their Archosaurian ancestor.
Yeah, and also just a fun fact for folks, dinosaurs were apparently so predisposed to learning to fly that they might have evolved it up to 4 times independently.
Yeah.
It's insane.
He probably did not inherit its volant capabilities from what we now think of as birds.
Nope. Let's see, there's Aviale itself, the Scansariopterigids, which they look like little dragons. They're really cool. Rahonavis, depending on what that is, and dromaeosaurs like Microraptor.
Yep.
You hear that, humans? You just don't want to fly bad enough.
I am not convinced it definitely happened more than twice. I'm just open to it. I think 2 is also still on the table.
And hey, if anyone in the chat has any dino questions, feel free to send them.
Yeah. I mean, you might want to tag me or Doc Dino, or send it as a super chat, because those are the ways it'll most likely, actually grab our attention.
Yeah,
2
super
types of
chats get
knowledge, and I
highlighted.
was explaining that to him: the historical knowledge, historical science, and the science that you can observe and you can test and you can.
Okay, so if this conversation did start, you started spouting obvious pseudoscience nonsense that would require us to abandon the very foundation of science at him. Is that actually what she's telling me happened in a conversation that she had at her school? She's so bad at this. In a lab. Yeah. That she started to undermine the very basic idea of science, empiricism. Because remember, this whole historical science thing was like, oh, we can't really know what happened because we weren't there. If that's true, all of science is worthless. Literally all of it. You don't get to keep the observational science if you undermine empiricism at the start. You either get empiricism or you don't. If you're not willing to accept empiricism, then all of science is gone.
Repeat, and I
what's
said
a
the
double standard or two?
Well, yeah, of course.
Bible is a type of knowledge. It might be the one that you're not interested, but it's a knowledge. And he was like, I didn't know that. Like, that's okay. You're welcome.
I don't think that's what happened.
So you're arrogant about it too. That's
like
not a point in your favor. Like
I'm like 70% confident that this is not a conversation that actually happened, or if it is, it's being wildly misreported.
Oh, this is a conversation you had with your soap bottle in the shower. Like, this isn't a real thing. Like, nobody reacts like this to somebody talking to them the way you're describing the way you talk to people.
Exactly.
Because why would anybody, especially why would any educated person in any, peer relationship accept that level of disrespect outside of just wanting you to shut up?
Yeah, even then, you shouldn't accept this. No one should put up with this. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And also, let's see, who was it? Olivia Williams. That's a great message. Let's free all the prisoners who were not caught red-handed because forensic science isn't valid. Yeah, that's the thing. This has to assume that forensic science isn't valid. Now, by the way, I do want to point out, while I am not actually having an on-screen keeping track of the donation goals, just because I don't really have a place to put it on this set, I am keeping track, and are actually, I believe, just about at the point where we are getting bent free pizza, and there will be another special avatar pretty soon. And so, if it gets high enough, I'll even be the one who wears a tutu on the next Kent with Bent. I will don the tutu, if you will. All right, so we got a couple more super chats. TikTok episode 3, Revenge of the Fish, for 200 Argentinian pesos, says, question for Doc Dino: if you found some bones on the ground, how would you know if that's a dinosaur? How would you decide?
Well, gee, I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Well, when Gabriela Haynes fails to find Dinosaur, I think we will actually go into a little bit of the specifics about how you would actually do that. Because the thing is, it's not a terribly hard answer if you've bothered to learn it. But the question for me is, has Gabriela Haynes ever bothered to learn it? Does she actually know? I know she never gives it. If you came up to her and you asked her, hey, what's a dinosaur? I think the best she might be able to do is to say, it's an upright walking reptile. She might even say it's an upright walking lizard.
I thought you were
Which
going to
is
say an
extra
upright
wrong.
walking duck, and I was going to laugh really hard.
I mean, that would be an example of an upright walking reptile, which would mean that ducks are dinosaurs by that definition. They're also dinosaurs by every definition, but that's not important.
Behold a
All right.
man, it quacks.
Roshina, hashtag upset Keller for $4.99 says, today I learned extant crocodilians lost both the warm-bloodedness and the hollow bones of their ancestors. Yep, that is true. Ancestrally, crocodilians, like the, well, not crocodilians, but ancestrally pseudosuchians, have both hollow bones and were warm-blooded. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says, that Dr. Shampoo bottle's name? Albert Einstein. You know what? I would appreciate it if Gabriela Haynes like named her shampoo bottle so that she would have someone to talk to with during her shower arguments that she has against herself directed at the
I
shampoo
would
bottle.
applaud that. Yeah, I would applaud that.
I mean, if you're going to have those shower arguments, which I know a lot of people do, and that's fine, might as well name the shampoo bottle you're arguing with.
Honestly, kind of sounds a little cathartic. Maybe even put some little googly eyes and a fake mustache on it too.
Honestly, that sounds like it would relieve some stress, just getting to yell at your googly-eyed shampoo bottle. All right, new therapy technique. Everybody, go put googly eyes on your shampoo. See how it goes. I am not a doctor. This is not medical advice. I am not authorized to diagnose or treat any problems that you might have.
Until next time you have any question, I'm right here for you. So this idea of evolution, everywhere, when they talk about science, it's the reason behind the feather dinosaur idea. And that's what I would like to discuss today with you. But all goes back to Darwin and his theory of evolution. And then you maybe can be thinking, oh my goodness, he's going there like, what, two centuries ago?
Which is a weird thing to do since we've moved on a lot from that. But, you know, you got to pretend that Darwin is a prophet for science the way that, like, Moses is a prophet for Christians and Jews and Muslims too, I guess, because Moses is Quran as a prophet. And, like, it's just not, though. He's not. Darwin is remembered for historical reasons because he came up with some very important aspects of what we now have as the theory of evolution. But, like, doesn't really matter that it was him, and we don't believe it because it was him. And if every single thing he ever wrote burned away and was erased from every hard drive, and anyone who would ever memorize any of it was just killed, it wouldn't actually affect evolutionary biology at all.
I mean, heck, Darwin co-presented the idea of the theory of evolution with Alfred Russel Wallace, who came up with it in a malaria-induced fever dream,
But he was right.
independently. And he was right.
You know what? Sometimes malaria-induced fever dreams contain a nugget of truth.
Yeah. And the debate about evolution, like, is this real? How does it work? All that. We had that conversation in the 1860s.
Actually, you know what?
Like,
I'm going to recommend...
was debated for forever.
Creationists, all go get malaria, and then that way you can have scientific insights too.
Well, on the plus side, we currently have America that's got a bunch of diseases making its way back, so you'll have the opportunity.
Okay, but to be fair, as far as I know, malaria has only been found in Florida, and only like a couple times.
Yeah, just Florida, and only a couple times.
You know, hey, I don't live in a place where I'm going to be likely to have to worry about malaria, even if it does start spreading, because it's dry as hell here.
Probably going to take 2 hours, this talk. No, I promise not. So you go back to Darwin and his theory of evolution, and you're going to see some things already there. So as you can see from that book, and that book, it's one of the most important book on this topic, talking about Archaeopteryx. It's a really interesting book because...
What's the name of the book? Oh, there it is up there. Archaeopteryx, the Icon of Evolution by Peter... What does that say? Peter something? Okay, whatever.
Peter W. something.
Yeah. Pete W. That's what we're going to call him. Pete Dubs. We're going to call him Pete Dubs. That's who this is. We got for $5. Metageeky Platypus Warlock says, but Darwin's coming was foretold in the Akashic records, and he had the prophesied birthmark. Then found the other half of the mystical amulet. I think you might be thinking of someone different, not Darwin. Just maybe.
Gives you a lot of the background of Archaeopteryx and the studies, etc. So as you can see here, Darwin's theories seem to have a problem. It seemed like they had a problem with Darwin's theory
Yes,
because
Darwin's
of the missing
theories
links.
were not exact. We've gone. We've moved on. We've
Yeah,
moved
it's-
on from here. Why are we reinventing the wheel every single time?
Mhm.
Dipshit McGee over here wants to have a conversation.
Look,
Yeah.
it's like someone coming up to you and saying, "Hey, guys, Newton's laws aren't successfully predicting the orbit of Mercury. What should we do about this?" It's like, dude, we figured that out over a century ago. We got it covered. Don't worry about that. It's called Einstein. And he's like, yeah, but I don't know, man. If Newton is wrong about this, then what if all of physics is actually just fake and it's actually magic? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Probably not, though.
Tell me that Darwin thought that the government made birds to spy on people. Like, it changes nothing. It's
Specifically, that was JFK who did that.
Well, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, he captured all the birds, and now they're all drones. So, in case you didn't know.
Okay.
I know, right? Even the ostriches. They're just drones. I mean, think about this. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon in real life?
Yes.
Lieutenant Math Navigator for $10 says, it's probably a good thing Wallace wasn't the sole founder of evolutionary biology. Imagine how young Earth creationists would react if they could claim that the prophet received the idea in a vision. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, goodness. Crusher the Croxagore, who's been a member for 10 months and is at the amulet level, says, B, violently gripping my shampoo bottle, who do you work for? My shampoo bottle, googly eyes move a little.
I like that one.
Me, I knew it was that dapper guy. It was me all along. All right, here we go.
However, with Archaeopteryx being found 2 years after Darwin published his book, it seems like everything was now fitting in, which is, they were happy with
Time
that.
happened and things moved forward and we did math.
And the prediction of Darwin's book came true only a few years after it was published. That's
Yeah,
what you
the
call science.
The fact that it was within 2 years of the publishing, and it was one of the transitional forms he described in the book.
Yeah, like
It still blows my mind. It's amazing.
it would be hard to get a better confirmation of the central idea of the book than this. And I love how hard she's coping about that fact.
I don't like how hard I'm coping about what I'm listening to.
Jesh, you say that almost every time you come on this channel, and you always know what's happening on this channel.
And I always come back.
I know. This is a self own right here. This is you doing this to yourself. I told Kip the same thing.
Yeah, see, Jesh, I
was-
think you just need to accept that everything you know is wrong.
That could be.
You know what? I'm already there.
All right.
I'm on board with that.
So as you can see from the book, it seemed to be exactly the evidence needed. And it was the ideal connection between reptiles and birds.
Yeah. It sure did seem like that. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Wow.
The thing is, I know she has nothing to refute that.
So Archaeopteryx was right there just to solve the problem.
Mhm.
Here,
Is she
I'm
really
using-
just throwing incredulity? Is that what I'm understanding
This
right
is
now?
yeah.
She's just like, wow, it's so convenient. Like that this thing that makes perfect sense makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Probably a conspiracy. Actually, to be fair, there have been people, including Ken Hovind and Fred Hoyle, who have claimed that the feathers on Archaeopteryx are actually fake. And then confusingly, Fred Hoyle then confusingly said that they were faked on top of the skeleton of a flying reptile, which, if it's not a bird, then I guess it's a pterosaur. So for some reason, Fred Hoyle thought that Archaeopteryx was a pterosaur, which is a really weird take, and that's a worse take than Gabriela Haynes' take. So Gabriela Haynes is less wrong about Archaeopteryx than Fred Hoyle or Kent Hovind is. I guess we can give her that.
Somehow.
I guess the conclusion we're coming to is it could be worse.
I mean, it could be a lot worse. She could be doing mud flood stuff right now.
Why'd you have to remind me of Roger?
I love Roger. Roger might be the stupidest person on the internet, but I can't hate him because he's always seems so happy to be here. Every time I watch him, I'm like, aw, bless his heart. He's a moron, but he's happy about it.
Listen, people who are wrong could be perfectly fun and are cool to be around. People who are angry and hateful and stupid about it are the worst.
Yeah. And Roger seems like a fun guy. You know? Like, I bet we could hang out and drink a beer and he could stab his feather at me and say the craziest shit, but I'd be like, that's okay, Roger, go for it. Let me know all about this mud flood. Tell me about the giant scorpion that is the North American West Coast. Let's hear about it. I want to hear about how Alaska is the pincher of a giant scorpion. Tell me. And he's waving his feather around wildly. Tiktaalik, Episode 3, Revenge of the Fish for 100 Argentinian pesos says, Archaeopteryx finding was very convenient. Just like Tiktaalik's, and Lucy, and all of Homo, and most of biology. Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, if you had like one example, sure, I could be like, all right, so you've only found one of these. I can understand like throwing incredulity at something to be like, I mean, but when you have like 17, 20, 40 consistent examples, you're kind of going beyond the pale.
Yeah. Envy Carcinogistic Z for $5 says, isn't it oddly convenient that years after black holes were mathematically theorized, they found one? Suspicious. Yeah, that's the same energy, right? Like, it's very suspicious whenever someone makes a prediction based on a theory and then it turns out to be true. It's like, no, that's just science. There have been so many predictions made on the basis of an otherwise well-founded hypothesis or theory that then came true and further lent support to that theory or hypothesis. That's fairly routine, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Go ahead.
In paleontology especially, does this all the time. I mean, Archaeopteryx is a great example. On the Origin of Species, I think it was either that or the Descent of Man. Darwin hypothesized an ape that turned out to be Australopithecus, and all the others. Every group of dinosaurs has connections that we predicted ahead of time too.
Yep. In fact, at this point, unless it's self-funded, basically not going to get to go do a paleontology dig that is not already based on predicting what you're going to find where on the basis of evolutionary biology and stratigraphy.
You don't even have to use science for the sake of science. Use oil. What do you think drilling companies use to decide where they're going to drill?
Stratigraphy, radiometric dating, geometric dating. I don't even know that. Geomorphology. What would be geometric dating? I guess that would just be like Flat World dating app or something. You've read Flat World, right?
Nope.
No, you haven't read Flat World? Oh, Doc, you got to read Flat World. But a 2D
I have not
world.
Experienced a lot of media.
About a 2D world, and the more sides you have, the higher standing you are. And also, women are triangles, because it's a very sexist book.
That's not sexist. That's just correct.
And also, the women are required to announce their presence anytime they're going anywhere, unless they stab someone accidentally with one of their sharp corners. Because as triangles, they have the sharpest corners around. And they might accidentally impale someone.
I can confirm.
I think I'm just going to sip my tea.
Okay. Flat World is a very strange
I don't have
thing.
anything to say to that.
But it's also an exploration of like higher dimensions, because at one point someone comes from like 3D world and brings a Flat World character out of the little plane that he exists on and shows him the 3D universe. Mind-blowing. Anyway.
The same information from the book that I just mentioned to you. Archaeopteryx is a celebrity.
For $5, Carnival Frog says, for the Beers with Roger fund, I'd totally join for that, right? Beers with Roger would be fun. Yeah. Beers with Kent would be a nightmare.
He sounds fun.
Also, in the top left of this page here, you can see the word Erfvogel. That's how you say it in German. Archaeopteryx is so famous, it's one of the only dinosaurs that has a common name.
Yep. At least in German,
Okay.
it does.
Yeah. Vogel means old bird.
Mini Geeky Platypus Warlock for $2 says Jesus met all the conditions as prophesized. I mean, if you want to accept that all the alleged prophecies are actually prophecies and accept the historical reliability of the Gospels, then yes.
Yeah,
But-
I have a question.
You don't have to do either of those.
I got a question, and it's gonna make a lot of people real angry.
Uh-oh.
What if there was another book that was identical to the Bible
Okay.
as we know it, and the prophecies were equally as accurate but slightly different? Which one would you pick?
The third one.
There isn't. I'm offering you two options.
I don't know. I guess I would have to read both of them.
Well, obviously, but if you have like the thing that they're putting forward, the concept that they're putting forward is that if the Bible matches based on interpretation, Jesus meeting the conditions as prophesied, you could write another Bible that has because
Okay, I see.
prophecies are up to interpretation, you could have another Bible that is equally as accurate for its Jesus meeting of prophecies, but have the interpretation be different and the wording be different. How would you pick which one you would believe?
I don't know.
Robert Maywell says women in flat world are lines. I feel like that's not. I feel like you have to have an area in order to thing that exists in Flatland. I don't know. I'll double check though. It's been a while. I just know that the women are very dangerous.
Because it represents a transition or connecting link between two groups of animals, two different groups of animals. So Archaeopteryx became...
Well, that's part of the problem, right? The two different groups is an artifact of how we were classifying things previous under Linnaeus. Saying that birds are a separate group of animals from dinosaurs is part of the problem. Like, are they? Turns out the answer seems to be no, in the same way that whales aren't a separate group from mammals, but they are a separate group from, say, parasodactyls or primates or rodents. Those are all just separate groups within mammals. Which is another thing I want to point out here. Anytime she starts to talk about why birds aren't dinosaurs, I want you to replace the word bird with whale or bat, the word dinosaur with mammal, and make a parallel argument. And if that doesn't make sense, then it's a bad argument from her. Because pretty much all of the arguments she's going to make are going to be that kind of argument, where like, oh, whales can't be mammals because mammals have 4 legs. Okay, I guess that's kind of true, but also, whales do in fact have 4 limbs in embryo, and they retain leg bones and hip bones. Adults. Anyway, my unfinished journey for $2 says, in Flatland, women are straight lines. I feel like that's off. They were actually like really, really thin triangles. But I could be wrong. Anyway, it's been a while.
not only a unique model for the evolution of dinosaurs into birds, but also very important for the idea of evolution in general. Here, the same book, you see that they call Archaeopteryx was a star witness for Darwin's theory of evolution.
Yes.
Archaeopteryx was fueling that debate, was fueling that idea, that argument that was connecting birds and dinosaurs.
It wasn't fueled by it. It was predicted by the model and confirmed the model, or at least supported the model.
Right, that's one of the things.
That's why it's important.
Right, that's the thing, is it wasn't just something that was just found and people were like, oh, that's cool, it kind of looks like a cross between a reptile and a bird. These were predictions that had been made. In fact, there had been other people who weren't Darwin who had noticed the similarities between, like, dinosaur limbs and bird limbs. They're like, this chicken leg sure looks a whole lot like a, I don't know, Megalosaurus leg, but, tiny and more fused. People were already noticing this.
A lot of the early paleontologists noticed it separately. Richard Owen called it out. William Buckland. Who? I don't know. There was a guy that Owen hated. Gideon Mantell. All
There was
of
a
them
guy that
identified
Owen
separately.
hated. Could be like almost anyone. Guy was a prick.
That's true. That's true.
Saying, who was that guy that Richard Owen hated? It's like, I don't know. Let me get the list of everyone alive in the late 19th century.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but like all of them identified it separately in different dinosaurs.
Mhm.
Mantell noticed it with iguanodon.
Yeah, which is
Like,
not
that's about as
closely related.
unbird-like as you can get.
I mean, it is an ornithopod.
Yeah.
Was fueling the idea of evolution that Darwin just had published about. So we have to talk about Huxley's support. Huxley was a really good friend and someone that admired Darwin a lot. And to defend Darwin's idea of evolution, he postulated that there was a close relationship between dinosaurs and birds. So he wanted to help his friend in that situation because he knew that Darwin was already aware that birds must have, check the word, must have. That's the application worldview. Must have arisen from reptiles. All that happened in 1861. But what about Archaeopteryx? Let's talk about a little bit Archaeopteryx. The skeletal fossils and the feather related to Archaeopteryx were found in 1860.
By the way, I am in fact wrong. Women are line segments, which doesn't make any sense, but I'll accept it anyway. I hate it. I hate it. My headcanon is that they are inaccurately described as line segments, and they are in fact very thin triangles.
Also, sorry, she's about to say that a fossil of Archaeopteryx was classified as a pterosaur. First, do you know who figured out it was Archaeopteryx?
No?
John Ostrom.
Ah!
Second, there was a specimen of Archaeopteryx that was found that was fairly complete that didn't have any feather impressions.
I remember this
You
one.
want to know what it was classified as for a long time?
I believe that one was classified as a Compsognathus.
Yep.
In fact, there was an Archaeopteryx fossil that in like the last 5 or 6 years was discovered to not be Compsognathus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very recently. So when you're like, oh, it's very obviously a bird. No, it's really not. Which is why sometimes people confuse it for Compsognathus when it doesn't have the feather impressions.
Yeah, do you think Gabriela would consider Compsognathus a bird too?
She might actually. That's the thing, is she might. Because Answers in Genesis recently has been expanding the definition of bird, to cover a whole lot of animals that no one but AIG would ever normally call a bird, except maybe Alan Fiducia.
You're right, I forgot about that. They're including most of Maniraptora now.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess means Therizinosaurs are birds?
Hey, yeah.
How come it's totally fine when they change definitions and adjust definitions, but they're super picky about any definitions used by other people, even outside of their fields?
Oh, because they're going to lie about whether or not they changed the definition and just pretend they didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you're forgetting
Good.
Oh, sorry. You're forgetting the whole part where they're just fundamentally dishonest, and they don't care about things like consistency, truth, evidence,
Honesty, integrity.
and none of these things are high on the list of priorities for creationists. Real quick, Atomic Squirrel, member for 22 months at the tetrapod level, says, I have to host trivia. Will this last until 10 CDT? I doubt it. Sorry, I doubt it. If it does, it'll last until just about that time, because I am actually putting 10 CDT as basically like my heart out, because I do have other things that need to get done today besides this, and I do not have the stamina for like a 48-hour stream like Craig does. So,
Not yet.
yeah, maybe someday. We'll do an entire season of Star Trek in one sitting, and then I will die immediately afterwards. Not my character, me. That'll be what happens. TikTok Revenge of the Fish for 100 Argentinian pesos says, to be frank, basically all of Silurosauria are birds. T-Rexes are just big chickens. No. Lieutenant Math the Navigator for $5 says, I mean, Greg S. Paul would still call half of them secondarily flightless, if not birds per se. Yeah, there are some very fringe paleoornithology types out there. But the thing is, they've made essentially zero impact in the field, and most of their claims have been very conclusively debunked. My favorite one is the whole, like, it's not feathers, it's collagen fibers. And it's like, oh, collagen fibers that have preserved melanosomes? I don't think so. Sorry, guys. Hank says, things for $420 dues. Women are triangles because they're so acute. Ha! Nice. Also, that amount makes me want to take an item.
And TikTok Super Chat reminds me of something. You want to know what group of dinosaurs juvenile T-Rex remains are often misidentified as?
Compsognathids?
Ornithomimosaurs.
Huh. But they have teeth.
It's usually to do with, like, the legs. They're really lightly built in juveniles.
But aren't the metatarsal bones all squishy together, unlike in ornithomimids?
Ornithomimids have that too.
Do they?
Yeah, it seems they evolved it independently. Troodontids did as well.
Weird. Freaking dinosaurs, man.
Just seems to be a thing dinos do when they get fast and leggy.
I mean, birds took it to the extreme of fusing their metatarsals, so yeah, it does seem like that.
Mm-hmm.
How about your metatarsals? How are they doing?
Not drunk enough for this.
I mean, you could go get more vodka if you wanted.
I would if I had any.
What? You don't have more vodka?
I was drinking this with rum. Fool.
Oh, rum. Weird. Go get some vodka.
It is weird. I don't like vodka that much.
Yeah.
No one likes vodka that much. It just makes things that otherwise wouldn't have alcohol have alcohol. That's the whole
but
point
I have more rum, so why would I substitute for a definitively, objectively less tasty alcohol?
All right, fine. Also, Goopdo3 just get the Dapper Dinosaur membership. Thank you very much. We are at 70. We have had 70 new members today, so.
Jeez.
Yeah, which, by the way, puts us well past the Bent Gets free pizza, and I'm going to use a new avatar, or, well, a fancy avatar, which in this case is probably going to be one of the ones that doesn't cost a lot of points, because points are still a bit of a concern on Sheepit. Which means, hey, if you want to render for me to make that less of a concern, check the description, the section called How to Render for Me, follow the instructions, and you can help me get points on Sheepit, which helps me render my frames faster. Especially when, say, like, today, I tried to upload, like, 1,600 frames, and then Sheepit was like, oh, we know that you packed all your resources into the blend file, but, what if we just treated it like one of your models was completely missing all of its textures anyway? Which was great, because then it was just bright, glowy magenta all over, which isn't what I was going for. Anyway, enough about that nonsense. Different nonsense.
One fossil of Archaeopteryx was found in 1855, but in that time it was not classified as Archaeopteryx. Only in 1972 was described as Archaeopteryx. The feather that is related to Archaeopteryx was the first to be found in 1861.
Wait, what was the point of telling us this? Why did she tell us this? This is just like a fun fact?
What's the point of any of this?
Well, it's to try to keep people believing the right version of Christianity, according to her. Left-handed Jedi, who's been a member for 16 months and is at the Tetchpod level, says, Bones dem dino bones. Thank you very much. I'm always amazed by how long some of the people in here are members. And it's like, wait, have I even had memberships that long? And it's like, yeah, I guess I have.
Yeah, I get that once in a while too, and I'm like, God, I've been doing this for too long.
Hey, you know what? This is still the best job I've had. So,
fair.
Yeah.
The Lunda specimen, which is the first skeletal specimen of Archaeopteryx, was discovered in 1861, and it was described by Richard Owen as a long-tailed bird.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
From 1855 to 2014, one isolated feather and 12 Archaeopteryx skeletal fossils were discovered and then announced to the public. It might have some others, but it has not been announced and it has not been published. So it's very important for us to understand the words that I'm using right here.
But she's not going to explain them. Okay, so announcement's pretty obvious. It's just any time that it's announced publicly that a find exists. And published means it's been published in an actual peer-reviewed journal with a description of the fossil. It usually ends up being very, very technical. And if I'm going to be honest, if you're not really into this stuff, boring to read. I don't recommend it unless you really are a gigantic anatomy nerd, which, Chesh is and Doc Dino is, but you guys might not be.
Dr. Tregan is.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Tregan, she's one of the leading speculative sexologists in the entire galaxy. Never met an alien that she will not ask how they reproduce.
So, funny thing about Archaeopteryx too. So it was predicted first by Darwin, unfused wing fingers and a tail.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who predicted that Archaeopteryx would have teeth? Because the London specimen didn't have a skull preserved.
I don't know. Was it
Huxley
Huxley?
predicted it would have teeth based on its similarity to theropod dinosaurs.
Wait, and didn't Owen say the opposite? That no was going to have a toothless beak.
They fought over it.
Yeah, now I remember that. Yep. Guess who won that one, everybody? Wasn't Owen. Owen had a whole bunch of very public fights that he very publicly lost, and he got super salty about it. Because, again, he was kind of a prick.
Yeah, a little bit.
Archaeopteryx was found. There have been a lot of debates about Archaeopteryx. Some people said, oh, no, it's a pterosaur. Some other people said, no, it's a reptile. Some other people would say it's a reptile.
I want to actually take a look here. Feathers of birds, but reptile. Okay. A bird with reptilian tail. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define bird. A reptile with a feather-like body cover. Showed differences from living birds. I mean, that's just true, right? Archaeopteryx definitely shows differences from living birds. Has a tail like a pterosaur? I mean, not particularly, but sure, whatever, Carl. An artifact of fake? Yeah, well, that's not true. A long-tailed bird. This is not, other than like artifact or the first initial identification as pterosaur, most of this is basically not actually all that, like, divergent from the other interpretations. Most of this is coming down to, like, yeah, it's got reptile traits and bird traits. Which, yeah, by the definitions being used in the 1860s, it definitely did. Which, was predicted by Darwin. I don't know why she thinks it's a good idea to tell everyone this.
Yep.
With feathers. Some other people say, no, come on, it's just fake. All of this is just fake. And Richard Owen, the one that studied the fossil, okay?
He's not the only one who studied the fossil. That's not even close to true.
I'm pretty sure everyone else on this list studied the fossil.
Mm-hmm.
Or fossils of Archaeopteryx.
Yeah, because there's more than one.
Yeah, even.
He studied deeply the fossil. He saw the fossil. He studied the fossil. He described the fossil. Those others here that brought up the idea that this fossil was not, a bird or was not, it was something else than a bird, they didn't really study the fossil.
She says on the basis of they disagree with Richard Owen, who, let's remember, was wrong about what the predicted anatomy of Archaeopteryx was going to be. So, I don't know that I would say that his take is the best take we should go with, because, quite frankly, if we go with, hey, this person had a correct prediction about the anatomy that we found later, and this person had an incorrect prediction, I think the guy with the correct prediction is the guy who knows more about the fossil, but that's just me.
Also, I think all of the other people's publications showing like lithographs of the skeletons and measurements that they took might disagree with Gabriela? Maybe?
Maybe.
Sorry, Gabriela or Gabriela?
I think it's Gabriela.
I'm going to get a beer.
Okay.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, no, it's very fair. Here we go.
They heard about it, they saw it, but they did not study. They did not describe carefully the fossil.
Weird. Then how come Richard Owen was the one who got it wrong? Why is that? Chester for $5 says, in fairness to the pink blob, a pink tutu model is long overdue. I mean, would you rather have a pink tutu dapper dinosaur in a pre-recorded video, or would you rather have me have to put on my suit, my stupid human suit that's all itchy, and then actually put on the tutu on top of that? Because I feel like it's more fun if I have to put on the itchy human suit and then on top of that put on the itchy stupid tutu. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator has just gifted 5 more Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you very much.
And you know, Dapper, you could do a stream with an untextured magenta version of your model for breast cancer awareness.
I don't understand what you mean.
But then you'd be a pink dinosaur.
But I don't understand what you mean by like untextured model. What do you mean?
Didn't you say that when you were, or a while ago when you talked about your rendering program giving you an untextured
on
pink version?
Yeah, but it wasn't like my body. My body is this 3D model. That's just me.
Oh, yeah, no.
This guy thinks I'm a CGI dinosaur. What are you, a flat earther? You see CGI everywhere? My goodness. Next, you're going to be telling me that the Himawari 8 satellite is only sending CGI versions of Earth back to Earth. It's all just fake NASA stuff, even though it's actually owned by JAXA. And then Joshua Geese comes in to sprinkle another Dapper Dinosaur membership in. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Man, that beer must be really far away.
Yeah.
That's something that is very, very important. So it leaves us with the 3 possibilities for Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx is a transitional form. Archaeopteryx is a bird, or...
Nope, that option is not really open to us because it does not meet the definition of a bird that Gabriela Haynes would like to go with. But sure, whatever. I guess it's among the like prior possibilities before we fully examine all this. Yes, it is one of the options. And welcome back.
I'm making a dark and stormy and said Sans the Lime.
Well, is it even a dark and stormy at that point?
It's like
Also, that looks
literally 2/3 of the way there.
also that looks suspiciously like ginger ale.
It is.
So it's more like a third of the way there. Maybe like
It's
half
like the
way.
best I can do, and also, okay, as a Canadian, I am already irritated that I have to buy Canada Dry because this is an American company, because it is the only ginger option that I currently have until the border between the provinces is open so I can buy real ginger ale from other provinces.
Yeah, but you want ginger beer for a dark and stormy. Is that even dark rum? Okay, at least there's that. I mean, technically, it should be Gosling's black rum, but like whatever. I'll let it slide.
I'll fight you.
Go, come down here, and we will fight. We'll have a scorpion fight. We throw scorpions at each other.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. All right. Jester for $2 says, "Insert both is a god meme here." And then Jessica Bell gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. Let's add 5 more to this counter.
I feel like there needs to be a goal where Dapper does a YouTube short where he's doing Fortnite dances in a tutu.
And you have to learn Fortnite dances.
Yeah, and?
I guess that's fair. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $2 says, "Sunset and Stormy." There we go. Yeah. That's what we can call Chesh's or Sat's version of the Dark and Stormy. Whereas when I drink a Dark and Stormy, I'm actually drinking like actual ginger beer with Gosling's black rum and lime juice.
Listen, this is what I got, all right?
Okay. It's just like it feels like saying, "Oh, I'm having a rum and coke," but actually you're having like vodka and Pepsi. And it's like that's not what a rum and coke is.
There's also a... Okay, fair.
Archaeopteryx is a reptile with feathers. Let's talk
I mean,
about
here's the crazy thing. It could be all 3 at the same time.
Yeah, those aren't mutually exclusive is the problem. Hey, here's a fun fact. Every bird is a reptile with feathers, Gabriela. Every single one. Now I wish I had alcohol. Chesh, send me some rum.
Oh, now you're gonna pick on it, but you want it? I see how it is.
Well, I don't want your crazy, not quite a dark and stormy. I just want the rum. The only alcohol I have in the house is like limoncello or however the heck you're supposed to pronounce it, and I'm not just gonna drink a glass of that because that just tastes like candy. And no, that's too much. It's too sweet.
That does sound unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am out of alcohol, unfortunately.
Oh.
I
I
watched
thought-
a lady start making a quote unquote margarita cocktail
Oh.
by putting cotton candy in the glass.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to know what she added to it next?
Was it
Flavored vodka. You want to know what she added next? Simple syrup.
Oh my God. Was there ever any tequila anywhere in this margarita?
No.
It's...
You want to know what the person does for a job, allegedly?
Sure.
They're a bartender, supposedly
Oh
with a
my
mixology
God.
degree.
I'm calling BS on that.
Excuse me, everyone. X in the chat to doubt. X in the chat, please. Thank you very much.
If you're starting a margarita with cotton candy and you're following it up with vodka, either
If you're starting any drink by putting literal candy floss into the cup, quit.
I mean,
Walk into
yeah,
traffic.
yeah. Cyrilla says Dapper Booze Fund is needed. I mean, look, I'm not going to say that you can't send me booze money. However, I will say that you guys have, for a very long time now, more than sufficiently supplied me with money to afford booze for the shows. In fact, I now consider booze to be booze for the shows at least, to be an investment and not an expense. In fact, every once in a while, someone at the grocery store actually mentions, they're like, wow, you're getting booze pretty early on a Tuesday, huh? I'm like, I sure am. This is work booze. And then like, what? And
Work
I'm like,
booze is best booze.
I'm like, I'm going to get paid to drink this. And then I leave, leaving a very confused cashier. Because, I mean, this cashier just had a dinosaur come in on Tuesday morning at like 7 a.m., buy a 6-pack of beer and say it's for work, and then leave. A very unusual day at work for that person.
I guess I will say, if anyone wants to donate to my booze fund, I have a Venmo.
There you go. See, you should have sent that as your, like... Actually, Dr. type in the chat, because I want to make sure that you have a blue wrench, because you're here... You've been on enough that you, as like a guest, that you need a wrench, so that if people are particularly terrible to you, time them out or something. Bob Knopf for $2 says, more show booze. Thank you very much. I will definitely get more show booze. Do not worry. There is much more show booze on the way.
Here's me both typing in the chat and my Venmo. So there it is.
All right. Well, guess what?
Bro, I'm just out here trying to get to 500 subs on Debate Hub. What is going on today?
People want a new emoji. We're getting there.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Emojis are, yeah. And the thing is also...
Chesh, do you have a way that people could send you money?
Yeah, of course.
Don't send me money. Just send the money to Dapper. I'm here for Dapper today. If you want to help me, sub to Debate Hub.
Do that. And also,
It's free.
Not only is it free, Debate Hub has a great logo that someone made, probably for free, someone who deserves like just thousands of dollars worth of payment for that.
And somebody who did some really great audio sting for it. That
Also true.
Yeah, that you should absolutely check it out. It's free. Also, there may or may not be a dinosaur that shows up at least once a month to talk about politics. You want to see Dapper? You think Dapper goes off at people on this show? Oh, you don't know.
My filter definitely gets significantly lowered when I am on Chesh's channel. Okay, so
rated 18A Dapper.
This is for 10, and I think it's Polish units of currency, which I don't know what those are called. What the heck is Polish money? What's it called, everybody? Help me out here.
Pole
No.
dancers?
That can't be it. That's Zloty? Maybe they're called Zloty, I think? But anyway, Patricia Boykes. I'm sorry. Look, Patricia, I am gonna butcher whatever this is, and I need you to understand that it is not because I have anything against Polish. or as a language, or the Poles as a people, or a country. However, you got to understand, someone who's never studied Polish and who is a native English speaker and most of whose
Definitely
like
not a linguist.
Latin alphabet experience comes from Romance languages, this is going to be rough. AIG, yes, Berkium, Slonko. I'm so sorry, but I appreciate it. And then Joshua Geese has gifted another Dapper Dinosaur membership, so we'll add one for that. And I do appreciate. Like, I love it when people send crazy languages I'm not familiar with, but I always feel like I'm gonna make you angry for horribly pronouncing. Sorry, go ahead, Doc.
Well, apparently the currency of Poland is złota, according to Wikipedia, and that's how Wikipedia pronounces it. It's spelled zloty.
Yeah, that's roughly what I said.
With a line going through the L.
Yeah.
And it is subdivided into 100 gross. I'm guessing?
I refuse to get bullied
GROSZ.
on this channel about the way I read or pronounce things ever again.
I'm sorry. Are we making fun of you for not reading or pronouncing Polish correctly?
I mean, not today.
Ever? Ever? Has that ever happened? Have I ever made fun of you for mispronouncing
you guys
Polish?
bully me when I read words wrong all the time.
Yeah, in English.
I'm a goblin.
Okay, a goblin whose first language is English.
Thou lies and slander.
Okay, we'll say something in Goblin then.
Booyag.
Oh, say a sentence. Give me a whole sentence in Goblin.
Booyag!
It's not a sentence. That's a noun, and you know it.
That is a sentence.
No.
Uh-huh. It's got an exclamation mark on the end. Don't be mad at me because you set the bar too low.
Okay, give me a sentence with a verb and 3 nouns.
I am done jumping through hoops for you.
Okay. I'll call them Polish euros? That seems worse. I feel like I should not call them Polish euros. That sounds worse. Like if someone called like Korean won Korean dollars, I'd be like, that's no. No. Dutch Mammoths Never Saw Snow Tunicate for $2 says, what's with fundies and contradicting themselves? They don't even notice, is the thing. I know because I was one. They don't even notice. Oh. Here we... Oh, wait. Goop23 has gifted another Dapper Dinosaur membership. I almost said 10 because I don't know. I can't read.
Form. Transitional form. This idea was only to support the hypothesis, the idea of evolution, because they wanted to answer the critics of Darwin about the missing links. And this idea is becoming weak, and not a lot of people are holding it to it anymore.
Really now?
Wait, what? What
really
idea
now?
does she think is becoming weak that people aren't holding to anymore? That Archaeopteryx is transitional? No, it's pretty widespread. Do you think she's conflating directly ancestral to modern birds with transitional?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, because that makes sense. Because, to be fair, I don't know of anyone who's currently arguing that Archaeopteryx is, like, actually ancestral to modern birds. But that's a very different statement. Very different. Tiktaalik, Revenge of the Fish for 200 Argentinian pesos says, Chesh, I am completely willing to make you, for free, David Peterson be damned, a goblin conlang for you to use. Just tell me where to send it. Chesh, you would have to learn another language on top of all of this.
3!
Yeah, but this one is a goblin language.
Yo, I'm here for some goblin language. I am not. Listen, that sounds great. That sounds wonderful and fantastic. I don't. What would you have to send to me though? Is that like going to be like a chart of phonetics, or
It's probably gonna include like a chart about phonetics, rules about phonetics, including like stress patterns, phonotactics, like any what allophones. So like allophonic changes to the phonetics. It'll probably also include a grammatical sketch and a word list. That's what I would expect from someone sending me a conlang. Would be those things.
okay, so it would be like a couple a couple PDF pages. Is that what we're talking about?
Probably more like the Klingon dictionary that you have.
That's pretty big.
It might have some fewer words in the word list, though. Doc, do you know the whole thing about David Peterson and why TikTok could say David Peterson be damned?
I have no idea.
Know who that is?
Nope.
So he's the guy who made Dothraki for Game of Thrones, as well as High Valyrian for Game of Thrones. He made the Dark Elf language for Thor 2. He made the Kryptonian language for Man of Steel.
I think he also did he not also do the language for the Disney Atlantis?
Nope, that was Mark Okrand, who also did Klingon.
Got it.
But he also did all the languages for the show Defiance, if you ever watched that show on Sci-Fi, or played the video game that was attached to it. And one time, he got angry at me for underselling him on conlang services. Yeah, he yelled at me on Facebook once for not charging enough to produce a naming language for someone's fantasy novel, and I didn't care. Yeah.
Well. Okay then.
Yep. It was a very strange interaction. He was like, "We're trying to keep the prices up. It was like, you gonna form a conlanger union? Because it's not gonna work, David. There aren't enough of us. It's just there isn't enough demand. It's not gonna work. You should charge more. It's a very skilled labor." I'm like, dude, it's gonna take me like 2 hours. I don't care.
Okay. And,
anyway, go ahead.
Really quick, I want to just explain the little semantic game she's playing here because there's some confusion in the chat.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to be listening to this lady.
So she's saying that Archaeopteryx, a lot of people aren't considering it to be a transitional form anymore. The deal with Archaeopteryx is it's probably not on the direct line to modern birds, but it's still an example of what most birds would have looked like at the time, including the ancestor of modern birds. It's kind of like how your grandfather's brother is not your grandfather, but he's of the same generation, and he's probably pretty similar.
Yeah.
But so is he his own grandpa?
Well, only if he's Philip J. Fry.
Indeed. So in paleontology, we're basically debating how far removed Archaeopteryx is from the main line of birds, and she's using that to say that we don't consider it a transitional form anymore, which is just blatantly false.
Also, I'm being informed by TikTok that the Kryptonian language was made by a friend of DJP, not by him. That seems perfectly plausible. Yeah. He's also not the guy who did Romulan for Star Trek, or who did Navi for the Blue Cat people. Avatar, that's it. The not Last Airbender.
Speaking of other languages,
mm-hmm.
There's a super chat.
Yes, a super chat, which is in Japanese, which is one of those languages that I am not great at. So, like, I don't entirely know what it said. But can't usually watch live, but I'm homesick today. So, we've got the Answers in Genesis is a penis, I think, and it's I'm having to put this into a program so I can actually read out all of the words because I don't know. So Soseki de no kote wa Denseki ukuro desu. There you go. I think that was close. You guys are going to kill me with all this. And that was from Amnut for 5 yen. Sorry, 500 yen. 5 yen would be like nothing. I would barely even notice 5 yen. I don't think YouTube would let you go down that low.
No, it wouldn't.
I'd like to go back to Japan. I feel like the fact that there's so many asshole American nuisance streamers in East Asia right now basically makes me feel like I don't want to go anywhere in East Asia because I feel like I won't be welcome because of them. Which is not entirely true, but it feels true enough that I'm like, I really hate all those nuisance streamers, and I hope they all go to prison for a very long time. And at least in the case of Johnny Somali, it looks like he probably will be, because, he's been charged with multiple sex crimes now. So,
Oh, fun.
Yahoo!
Yeah.
This was the second idea, that Archaeopteryx was a dinosaur with feather. This conclusion is the result of an evolutionary worldview of classification that relates similarities to ancestry.
Okay, and then she said that's cladistics. Cladistics is not just about similarity, it is about the patterns of similarity and differences across many organisms. And you cannot simply just group things by similarity. That is not how it's going to work. The differences are just as important, as well as whether or not you can determine if the similarities are convergent or as a result of homology. So, for instance, the roughly torpedo shape of both sharks and dolphins is not a similarity that would be seen as very significant in a cladistic study, because we happen to know that that's probably convergent. I mean, it is, but we can determine things like conversions versus diversion. Like if you have a bat and a bird who have very similar wing shapes and wing and patterns of their wing flaps and whatnot, and very similar aerial capabilities, again, probably convergent. So it's not just similarities and it's not just differences, it's the pattern of both, as well as whether or not these similarities can be reasonably reconstructed as being inherited, or whether they're more likely convergent. All of that has to be taken into account. Calling it just similarities is a gross oversimplification.
Mm-hmm. And for the sake of clarity, the things that make Archaeopteryx a bird, that make it a dinosaur, are the same as the things that make T-Rex, Triceratops, and Brachiosaurus all dinosaurs.
It's true.
And not members of any other vertebrate group.
Yeah. That's one of the things that this entire argument is going to miss out on, right? Hey, what makes anything a dinosaur? We're not going to get that.
Nope.
Which is called cladistics. In cladistics, the similarities, they are telling the story of the evolution of the group. It's not just similarities. It has to be something that it's talking about the evolution of that group. And that's how they see and how they define a similarity. It's connected.
That's not even a definition, Gabriela. Okay, look. I'm not positive that this is not just a result of her not perfect English. But describing in grossly oversimplified ways the way that cladistics work doesn't tell you what a similarity is. Maybe that's just her bad English, or being bad at English in this. I hope so, because otherwise, that's an incredibly stupid thing to say. I'm not sure which one it is, because I think her English is generally better than this. But I also don't want to assume that wasn't an English fail. But if it wasn't, holy crap, that's really bad. So since we're not actually going to talk about what dinosaurs are, I think it might be worth pointing out that some of the ways that are very easy to identify a bird as a dinosaur, there's plenty of them, right? So the biggest one is probably the open acetabulum. So that's the hip socket, right? You can look from one end of any dinosaur hip socket, except some ankylosaurs that actually secondarily close it during their ontology. But at least at some point during the lifespan, and usually throughout the entire life, you can see right through from one hip socket through to the next and out the other side if you have just a bare hip bone. Birds have that. Another one is that the femoral head is distinctly offset from the shaft at a nearly 90-degree angle, which birds also have. That's how they can walk upright. There's other stuff. There's details of the shape of the back of the skull. There are details about the shape of the fourth trochanter of the femur that birds have in common with dinosaurs. There are things to do with the angle and the interface between the astragalus and cranium. There's things about the deltopectoral crest being of a particular size.
I'm currently sharing an image of some bird and dinosaur skeletons.
Yes.
So I can point out some of the stuff you're talking about.
Yeah. So we'll go back to the hip. So the hip is where you can see that. Yep. And the femoral shaft, the femoral head, which you can't see, you can only see the femoral shaft, is going in at about a 90-degree angle into that hip socket. The fourth trochanter is not terribly well illustrated here, but it's along the back end of the femur.
Yeah, it's a bump back here that is seen in all of these and all of their dinosaurs.
Yep. The Archaeopteryx has a particularly prominent deltopectoral crest that we can point at.
Yes, it does.
Yep. And that is also, if you look at the chicken, it's less prominent, but it's right there.
You can see it on the Compsognathus too.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see there, but it's right. I mean, it's
Yeah.
very clearly there if you know what you're looking for. And there are other things that specifically put birds in the theropod group, like the clavicle that is fused into a wishbone, or the furculum, right? I mean, we're not going to go through literally everything, but just know that there's a whole bunch of other things that you can and can't see on these skeletons, all of which link birds and make them have all the features of a dinosaur that make a dinosaur a dinosaur. The things that we're talking about right now are why Triceratops is called a dinosaur, and why Tyrannosaurus Rex is called a dinosaur, and why Iguanodon is called a dinosaur, and why Apatosaurus is called a dinosaur. All of these things are the reason all those animals are called dinosaurs, and it's also why we call a chicken a dinosaur.
Yep. And fun fact, T-Rex has a wishbone.
It sure does. I've seen it. All right. We're going to bring...
To ancestry. In Cladistics, the ancestor of birds is in the same line which dinosaurs belong. That's why we can say, hey, it's okay to say that a bird is a reptile.
No, hey, she's right about that. That is exactly why. So, in evolutionary biology, anything that you evolved from, you're still part of that group, right? So, humans are mammals because they evolved from mammals. Humans are apes because they evolved from apes. They're vertebrates because they evolved from vertebrates. If birds evolved from dinosaurs, then birds are dinosaurs. Just like Chesh is a goblin because she evolved from goblins. Who are bad at reading English.
However, the Cladistics method is circular because it
No, it's not.
uses the idea of evolution to prove evolution.
Nope. Cladistics is not here to prove evolution. No one is here to try to prove evolution. That's
I
already
use gravity to prove that apples fall.
Right. So this is a thing.
That's actually a good way to put it.
This is actually a thing that I see flat earthers do, right?
Thank you.
So they'll say, "Oh, but this thing doesn't prove this thing I disagree with," and it's like, yeah, that's because no one's trying to prove this thing anymore. We've all figured it out, right? Like, you'll get some flat earther who will say, "Well, this feed from the ISS, it cuts out too frequently, so I don't buy it. I think they should do a better job of proving the Earth is a globe." It's like, the ISS isn't there to prove that the Earth is a globe.
The ISS is there because the Earth is a globe.
Right. Similarly, I've heard, and now this is not me trying to dog on this person, right? It's an interaction that I had that relates to this. Okay. This was with Peter from Paleologos. And he put out a video about, I think it was a PBS Eons video, that had to do with human evolution. And he's like, yeah, but none of this actually demonstrates human evolution. And so I sent him in DMs. This wasn't on, wasn't put him on blast or anything. Like, okay, Peter, the point of the video wasn't to demonstrate that human evolution is true. They're talking to an audience that already accepts human evolution. And in fact, that's basically the entirety of biology. The idea that you would need to demonstrate that humans evolved from non-human ancestors isn't something that comes up to most people because there's no need to.
Can you make me big for a second?
I should be able to. Yeah, give me a second.
Please.
Hold on a second. There you go.
Hi, it's
Hello.
me. You do not need to prove the wheel functions to invent a new car brand. If you want to show me a new sports car that has specific specs, you do not need to show me that the wheels are wheels. It is the same thing. You do not need to prove evolution every single time you want to have a conversation with biologists and with most people that evolution exists to talk about cladistics or some feature or nuance of biology. The same way, I don't need to explain to you how a wheel functions or that a wheel is in fact a functional thing that we can use. If I want to speak to mechanics about the differences and the nuances between EVs and combustible engines, or if I want to talk about gas versus diesel, this is not how this works. Otherwise, we get nowhere and we have to start from the basis of a zero-sum game every single time we do literally anything. Do you test to see if you have a floor every time you get out of bed? No, you assume the floor is there because
I do.
you wake up in the morning, you have a floor.
I push things off the bed and see if they hit the floor.
I mean, that works. That works if that gets you through your day. That is all. Thank you.
Well, just my morning.
I can step down off of my pedestal here, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that's the thing is, so with cladistics, first, that's what Chesh said is very true. We're not trying to prove evolution. That has already that's a ship that sailed almost 100 years ago at this point. There is
over 100 years ago.
There is really no more dispute about this, and so no one's trying. The creationists are trying to overturn the consensus, and hey, maybe they will. I doubt it, but you never know.
I feel like the response to that is just the old meme of Christian Bale. Oh, good for you.
But here's the thing, though. We know what a cladistic analysis would look like if we could not find sufficient evidence for common ancestry. So, for instance, let's say you put in your cladistic study just the following things. You put in a siphonophore, you put in a sea crate, you put in a chimpanzee, a spider, and a pine tree. You're not going to be able to actually figure much out, except that the pine tree is the odd man out. Within that, you're not going to be able to actually figure out where the branches are, because there's too many differences. There aren't enough organisms in there. And so what you're going to get is called a polytomy. You're going to get a node where more than 2 branches come out. And that means that we don't have enough data to resolve this. Now, if common ancestry were actually false, then we should get lots of polytomies that we can never resolve, no matter how many organisms we shove into our cladistic analysis. Because fundamentally, their differences and similarities are not aligned according to an evolutionary pattern, so you can't recover one using the techniques of evolutionary biology. And if you do recover some polytomies as non-polytomies, they will also be at a very low bootstrap values, and which is one of the statistical techniques we use to say how confident we are in this particular topology of the cladistic tree. We'll get very low confidence values, basically. So if we routinely got low confidence trees with lots of polytomies, that would in fact be evidence against evolution. It would be strong evidence against evolution, because that is what separate ancestry would predict. But you know what we don't usually get? Is low confidence trees with lots of polytomies. We don't usually get that.
You don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you design a car. You don't have to reinvent fire every time you strike a match.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead. What you're talking about with polytomies there, paleontology is a field within biology where that does happen.
Yeah.
Because we do have some taxa that are just super fragmentary, or we only have the one, and it's the one weird one. And okay, this is either related most closely to a tyrannosaur, an orthominosaur, or a bird. It could be any one of those 3.
Yep.
But as we find more fossils, those sort themselves out, and they always sort themselves out over time.
And they would only sort themselves out if the assumption of common ancestry were true. Which,
exactly.
Spoiler, it is.
Yeah, there becomes a point where it becomes perverse to continue questioning some things.
Yes.
Not everything, but some things. There is a floor. There is a ceiling above me.
I want to say, we've been going for almost 3 hours, and we are not even 11 minutes through this video.
It's because nobody wants to listen to this woman be dumb.
That's true. That is true.
Well, almost 2 hours, but yeah.
Wait, is it only almost 2? Oh, I can't count. I'm bad at this. This water must actually be vodka secretly.
Huh? I can just use evolution to prove evolution. Good for me.
That's literally how science works, Dr. Haynes, who has a PhD in a scientific field. The way that you test a theory, yes, the way you test a hypothesis or a theory or anything, is you first assume it's true. You figure out what the consequences of that would be, and then you check to see if that's what happens. That's how physics works. It's how biology works. It's how chemistry works. It's how astronomy works. That is the very basic aspect of science. Hey, I saw a thing. I think I can explain it with this. Well, if this is true, I should also see this. I go out and see if I can see the second thing. And if I can't, well, I guess I was wrong. And if I can, maybe I was right. Let's keep going.
What is a hypothesis for 500, Alex?
Basically.
And hey, what if it's false? I'm going to retest it another 300 times in different ways to see if it fails. After 300 times, I think it predicts pretty accurately.
Oh, you Swordsman said, I would not put it past Dapper Dinosaur to spike his own drink, but only his. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have never spiked anyone else's drink. Although, I have made cocktails that were a bit on the stiff side for people who were not ready for that. And I don't think that's spiking, because they were expecting alcohol. I just gave them more than maybe they were thinking I would. Which, I don't know. I don't think
have
that
no
counts.
comment about what I may or may not have done to people.
Uh-oh. Guys, don't leave your drink unattended around Chesh.
Correct.
She'll drink it.
Well...
Thank you. I'm glad somebody picked up on that one.
Genius. Cladistics, it's very subjective and arbitrary. I'm going to show you 2 diagrams. This one is
here
from
we go.
2019.
Let her get this out.
Okay, well, first we need to look. Okay, so everything on here, everything is a dinosaur. Every last group in here. Compsognathidae is a dinosaur group, and it's the out group. And then Ornithorhynchus, Confuciusornithiformes, geez, all of this. Derived troodontids, yes, all of these are dinosaurs. Let's just
Confucius ornithiforms. Yep.
look. It's a big word, and I'm pleading the Chesh on this one.
If you make that a thing on this channel, I'm coming for you.
Well, you've been threatening to visit for like what, 4 years now?
Yeah, but I can't visit now.
Well, I mean, you
In
can.
this economy?
You can. You might just get deported to El Salvador for some
I'm
reason.
gonna get deported to El Salvador!
Also, oh,
I
they
mean,
have Palstraptor
you're probably
raccoons
way
on
too
here.
white for that, though.
No! They're checking people's phones and their like socials and their conversations
Don't
to
have your
find out
phone.
if they said a bad thing about Elon Musk, and I'm out here being like, maybe he should just be hit with a brick.
I'm
Like,
so
I'm not
screwed.
gonna
And we're all
Oh,
on
I'm
it.
not gonna
We have
survive.
We have a dinosaur question.
Oh,
Here's a dinosaur question for you. Are Ceratosaurus the best dinosaurs? Best example of a Ceratosaurus being Dapper Dinosaur? Well, clearly I am the best example of a Ceratosaurus. But no, I wouldn't say that we're the best dinosaurs. That seems too subjective, right? Like, the best at what? I don't know.
I'm partial to Deinonychus myself.
You've never met one.
I think I might be
And
one
this one
wearing a human suit, but okay.
Oh, all right, maybe. All right, here we go.
It's from 2020. And I'll give you more information about those 2.
Okay, we're gonna back up slightly on this, and I'm gonna put this full screen so we can actually see if we can read any of it.
Look, do you have the quality at max?
Yeah, this is all I can do.
Okay.
Unless
Dang, it sure
Nope.
is great that I don't know how to read.
So I see something that looks like. Let's see. No, I can't read very much of this.
No, I
Maybe she's
can't.
gonna explain it to us poorly.
Oh wait, no, I do remember
Yeah.
this though. This cladogram starts with tetanurae, or tetanura.
Oh,
Yeah, the root of this is tetanura, which is basically like Allosaurus and pretty much every other theropod you've ever heard of that isn't like Carnotaurus or Ceratosaurus.
yeah.
So this is also all dinosaurs. Jester for $2 says, actual Nat 1 trap check. The floor is made of floor. Oh.
The floor also does 1d6 damage every step you take.
I did a, I was playing Starfinder the other day, and within 3 rolls, I had both a Nat 1 and a Nat 20. It was a weird swingy day.
But,
Yeah.
but let's see how she explains this, and then let's actually explain how
Mhm.
these things work.
From
'Cause they're
2020.
very
I'll give you more
misunderstood.
information about those 2 diagrams.
Okay.
So this one from 2019, that was kind of a result of something that happened back in 2011. So in 2011, a group of scientists chose some data, interpret the data they chose, and ran the data through a method they chose, and concluded Archaeopteryx was not a bird.
Okay.
2013, another group of scientists chose some data, interpret the data they chose, ran it through a method they chose, and concluded Archaeopteryx was a bird.
Okay. When we're
Yesterday,
getting...
Donald Trump ran a random algorithm for some thing that he chose that some people might call an equation.
I mean,
and
technically
then
it is an equation.
did some tariffs based on that.
Yeah. So one thing I want to point out is that when all we have to work with is fossils, and we are doing work that is not, that cladistics is not as easy to do as measuring a table, right? There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. There are different techniques. You can't select literally every single data point because your computer's not going to be able to handle it. So you do have to pick which data you think is reasonable. And that's why we have multiple people doing different studies, right? Oh, also John Hopkins has just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much.
Nice. Could you bring one of the cladograms back up really quick? Like just go back a few seconds. So just so people know, to make this diagram here, it takes thousands of hours of work analyzing, usually at minimum hundreds, if not thousands of what are called characters, so details of the skeletons and like when they were found, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes thousands of characters go into producing these trees, and things will move around, but they usually move a tiny bit as we get new data. Like as we get new fossils, we find a part of a skeleton we've never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And then these are produced based on the sum total of all of the characters put together.
Mm-hmm. With a scoring matrix
like
and
this.
math, there's a whole lot that goes into this. And moving things around at the terminal ends is pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, right? That's moving things around at the terminal end is sort of like if you took one of those DNA tests, right? It says, "Hey, we found you a cousin based on your DNA," and you check, and you're like, "Okay, well, I don't see how our family trees connect." But the DNA link is pretty strong, and you have like say 4 or 5 different areas where you know that this like great grandparent or something had several kids, and you're not sure who all of them are. And this person has, at the same time period, some ancestors that aren't very well, documented. And so you could think, okay, well, maybe, given that we have this huge DNA similarity, and that we both have parts of our genealogies that could overlap, but we're not sure, maybe we're not exactly sure who is the common ancestor that we both share, right? It's not clear. What Gabriela Haynes is saying is like, yeah, that probably means there's actually no connection.
Yeah, and not only that,
that's not what it means.
Not only that, with this diagram, I think I know why she chose this one in particular, because they have Archaeopterygidae, so the group with Archaeopteryx, all the way up here at the top of the category Deinonychosauria. If you look at this diagram and you don't know what you're talking about, or if you look at this diagram and you don't know what you're reading, you'll think, oh, it's super far outside of birds.
Yeah, which it's not.
Everything in this group is as equally related to the birds, the aviale, as everything else in the group.
Yep.
You could put Archaeopteryx right down here, well, like flip it around, and it would be just as valid. And the debate with Archaeopterygidae is if they are just barely within birds or just barely outside of birds.
Yep. And you'll get different answers depending on exactly which data sets you use. But what that doesn't mean is that it isn't a dinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. Go ahead.
Is this orange more yellow or is this orange more red? Oh,
you know what? Borgum for you says, could you mention the Star Trek Endurance episode that's happening tomorrow? just trying to help the Top Ads Off channel. Here's what I will do. I will actually set us on a quick break because I just ran out of my water. And I feel like Chesh is probably, her bladder's got to be full at this point. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. And I will have a fresh drink. And anyone who needs to can empty their bladder. And in the meantime...
I appreciate the special consideration. Thanks.
Yeah. Actually, given how much tea Doc's been drinking, he's probably in some trouble too.
Maybe in a bit.
All right.
I think I will finish this and get water though.
We will. We'll take a quick break, which will include the coming attraction, teaser trailer, whatever you want to call it, unless I screwed it up, which maybe I did. But here we go. It has been 113 years since the USS Lexington was reported missing, with all hands presumed killed in action. Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have come together to build a new starbase on the edge of a little explored and dangerous region of the Beta Quadrant, called the Shackleton Expanse. Now, a new crew will take up the challenge of solving the mysteries of this new frontier. Join us for a new Star Trek Adventures actual play adventure in a new era with a new crew and a new ship. Captain Tanelia is the no-nonsense Cation captain of the USS Kong Zi. Commander Va is a joined Trill with ties to Klingon culture. Dr. Hobnall is the strange Osnolus doctor with questionable bedside manner. Lieutenant 7 of 12 is a liberated Borg Klingon, trying to reconnect to his culture while learning what it truly means to be an individual. Lieutenant Broken Chip is the optimistic Exocomp communications officer. Lieutenant Commander Dulles is the Betazoid engineer, who also takes it upon herself to ensure the morale of the crew. And finally, Petty Officer Billy is a beluga whale navigation expert with musical talents the crew may not always fully appreciate. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. So that was the teaser with less music in order to, hopefully avoid the copyright robots. That is the teaser for tomorrow's game of Star Trek Adventures. We're doing Star Trek Endurance. You saw there was some lovely character art by Chesh. There was some voiceover work by Maddie. Craig is also going to be there. Jordan from Reason to Doubt. Zerolon from chat. Necro from chat. Tiri from chat. So, lots of cool people. Some of them being other YouTubers you like. Some of them just being, people I play games with.
Some of them just being.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready for some more Dr. Haynes in here?
I'm ready for the Haynes pains.
Ooh, nice.
A group of scientists chose some data, interpret the data they chose, and ran the data through a method they chose, and concluded Archaeopteryx was not a bird. 2013, another group of scientists.
Alex Markle, the people who own the Star Trek TTRPG are Modifius Game.
Chose some data, interpret the data they chose, ran it through a method they chose, and concluded Archaeopteryx was a bird. In 2019, another group of scientists chose some data, interpret the data they chose, and ran it through a method they chose, and placed Archaeopteryx back.
First up, she's putting this. Can I just talk about her language for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Just real quick. She keeps saying they chose this data that they chose, this interpretation of the data they chose. Are they not supposed to choose? What other option is there? They literally have to put the brackets around whatever it is that they're trying to delineate.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She's presenting this as if it's dishonest. She's presenting this as if there's some kind of bias. And, maybe there could be, but not in the way she's interpreting this. Because, again, what else are you supposed to do? Not pick any data and just be like...
Well, the thing is, if you don't like the data that has been chosen, guess what you could do? You can choose the data. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it yourself. That's the nice thing about science.
If you don't like the data that they chose, then tell us why. Which
there's
data?
that too.
do you not like, and why do you not like it? If these are, oh, well, it's just the data they chose as opposed to the data they didn't choose.
Which
What are you
specific
talking
taxon
about?
should we have included that we didn't? Which taxon shouldn't we have included that we did? Which characters do you think would have been more informative? And the thing is, people do this all the time, right? One of the big things that you see in paleontology literature is just this. People doing new cladistic analyses on groups of organisms that have already had plenty of them done, but choosing to emphasize different aspects of which traits they're going to say are more informative versus less, because you can score traits not just for present or absence or degree of presence, but also you can weight them in your calculations or how much they count. So you can say, okay, I'm going to weight my data this way, and I'm going to choose this group of organisms and whatnot. And then if people don't like your study, they can go do their own study with hookers and blackjack.
And so, full transparency, I have not done one of these analyses myself. I'm currently working on getting ready to do one, but I know a lot of paleontologists who have done them. And you pack as much information as you can into your data set before you ever run the test. Like as much information as you can find and as your computer and algorithm can handle.
Right, which is going to be limited. There is going to be a limit there. But yeah, as much as you can.
But it's always getting better because technology is always getting better. So you can do more intensive and bigger analyses. That's a big part of why things change, is just technology improves and we can do things we couldn't do before. And as we get more information, we get better resolution.
Becca Justiniano says, hey, how close are we to getting a Darwin emoji? That is a great question. And I'm going to see if I can figure it out based on what information YouTube is willing to give. Because they like to read about this. So I'm going to go to...
While he's doing that, full transparency, I'm not a scientist. I don't do science. I am a commentator and an artist. So the thing that I do is I observe things and look for patterns and then find ways to reconstruct those patterns in various ways. And I talk about those things. I'm not going to pretend I'm doing something I'm not. What I'm good at is communication and recognizing rhetoric, and I dabble in philosophy. And what this woman is doing is propaganda.
Yeah.
She's disingenuously using rhetoric to purposefully mislead people about whatever the topic is she is referring to or talking about. She's leading you down some rabbit hole to help you draw a conclusion that is not only wrong, but inherently just outside of the topic that she's trying to actually that she's actually talking about.
Yeah.
And it's intentional.
Josh, have you watched this already? Because you just predicted
She's
the
just been
entirety
on
of the
my
rest
channel.
of your argument.
She's just been on my channel enough times.
Yes, I've been here before.
To answer the question from Becca, it looks like it is 18 more memberships to get the emoji. If we get the emoji, what I will probably do is I will quickly upload a placeholder just to make sure that if we fall below the number, it doesn't go away. Because once you create the emoji, that's it. It's just permanently on the channel. If you fall below the threshold for that many people, it stays. So the number can only ever go up or stay the same. It doesn't go down as far as I can. So, and also I'm actually going to now, just like right now, message Vishanti, ask her to get that Darwin emoji ready.
All right. And while you're doing that, just a refresher for after the break. These analyses are debating if Archaeopteryx, it's like debating if this specific orange is more of a yellowish, reddish orange, or a reddish orange.
Yeah.
It's that minute.
Asking if the reddish is a radish is more what these people are trying to do.
Yeah, radish.
So John Hopkins gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you very much. Which should bring us down to 13 more that we need. And of course, that's the minimum. YouTube likes to lie, so it very well may be closer to 15 or 20 or something, because YouTube likes to lie about this. Anyway, here we go.
They call the dinosaur group. See, it's in the dinosaur group, not in the group of birds.
Yep. Here's the problem. Actually, you can read it fairly well right now on this version. I don't know. You can see it says Tetanura. Maybe it says Tetanurae. Doesn't matter. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means everything here is dinosaurs. So it is true that this particular cladogram does put Archaeopteryx in the bird category, unlike the last one. But guess what? According to this cladogram, birds are a group of dinosaurs. You can't say it's not a dinosaur in this cladogram. Because way up here is a specific group of theropods, which is a specific group of dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand what the problem is. I don't understand why it is a problem that under some data, utilizing some metrics, because these things are so close together, that in one side, if you adjust it this way, it comes out this way, and the other way, it comes out this way. Like that, to me, that's the way it should be. Right? Because like, if you change the specs that you're using, if you change the data you're looking at, or you change the criteria of a word or a category, then it would be more problematic if it didn't change where you put something. It's like the difference between calling a tomato or a vegetable. Well, are you using cooking terms, or are you using cladistics? Are you using biology of what comes with a tomato? Or are you talking about is a hot dog a sandwich, or is a hot dog a submarine, or is a hot dog like, and well, I mean, I don't know. Are you talking about a submarine that goes underwater? Because no, but like a sub sandwich is still like that closed bread on either side. Like it doesn't make any sense to me to talk like it's some kind of conspiracy, or talk like it's somehow incorrect for. If you were to take something and classify it this way, it comes out of this, and you take something and classify it this way, it comes out of something different. Like, of course it does.
Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says, we're debating what color the dress is. They're debating whether it's a dress or a television. Yep, that's another good one. And then Nat G gets an Adapt for Dinosaur membership. Thank you so much. And that has already been included. I made an update to the timer, which, by the way, guys, I made this timer myself in Blender. This is, in fact, a Blender-powered timer. So that's fun.
Okay.
Look, Doc, it's a thing that I do.
I'm not questioning it. I'm just absorbing the information.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Then, in 2020, the difference between those two papers are only a few months, not the whole year, just a few months of publication.
Okay, thanks for telling
In
us.
2020, another group of scientists chose some data, interpreted the data they chose, and ran it through a method they chose, and placed Archaeopteryx in the bird group.
Yeah.
So
As opposed to
Archaeopteryx
the
keep
stuff they didn't pick.
This is the thing that's bugging me. Like, just do it yourself if you think they screwed up. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't. Instead, she's showing us that she doesn't know how to read a cladogram in the first place, and then just complaining.
Which, for the record, this isn't because she's unfamiliar with vertebrates. A beetle
No, I think she doesn't have a spine.
researcher should know how to read a cladogram. It's just biology.
Wing just called me out hard. Wing says, in Blender, is every problem a nail, Dapper? Yes, goddammit, every problem is a nail. And Blender is a great hammer.
The thing that's getting me with this woman right now is, I'm gonna drop my pseudo F-bomb, and I'm just gonna say you could literally just title this "Dishonest McBumblefuck." The end.
That's not pseudo. Putting Bumble in front of it doesn't make it pseudo.
Yes, it does, because now it's not just the F-bomb, it's got a pseudo at the beginning, so it means because it's one word, there's no hyphen. So it's not just an F-bomb, it's got a whole additional word attached to it.
It's an evolved F-bomb.
Ah, there we go.
If I say assistant, am I saying the word ass? Yes, but I'm not using the word ass.
Yeah, but assistant and
assistants
ass
are just
don't even
evolved
start
asses.
with the same vowel.
Bumblefuck is the same thing.
It's okay. You know what? Sure. Even though it's not, I won't argue with it.
My argumentation is more dishonest or more honest than this lady's is.
Well,
so
that's
don't care.
true, but that's a really low bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's like being the
Look what we're
biggest
dealing with.
chihuahua. Good job. You're still tiny. Oh, hey, look, Housecaraptor shout out.
Yeah, I pointed that out earlier.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry. I get excited.
That's okay. For anyone who doesn't know, they're raptor dinosaurs that look like ducks.
Mhm.
They're
Very
really cute.
When all you have is a blender, every problem looks like a margarita mix, says Ninas. And Melody says that she has a point. How dare you betray me, Melody? I'm fed up with this world. Everybody betray me.
I did not.
Oh, hi,
Gabriela,
Mark.
did not.
I'm glad that both of my panelists here are familiar with the world's most fascinating movie, is how I will put that.
It's the best movie.
I wouldn't go that far, but it is very fascinating.
Line from dinosaurs and birds. That is to show how subjective and arbitrary those researchers are.
It doesn't
And it's
show
funny you
anything of
say
the
that.
kind.
It's funny you say that. It's the opposite of what
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, the fact that they're reporting honestly that they're getting results that are a little bit confusing and that doesn't match everyone else is in fact a sign of openness and honesty. And guess what? Guess what, Haynes? You can download their data tables and run your own damn analysis.
We publish them.
You
They're
have to publish
available.
them. If you don't
could
publish
also
them,
not look
you don't
both
get
ways
published
the
at all.
next time you try to cross the street.
Yeah, maybe. And this is actually one of the things that really gets me about creationists. They will complain to no end about their problems with science. This is another thing flat earthers do as well. But then they absolutely cannot be bothered under any circumstances to get up off their asses and go do the work if they think they can do it better. They refuse. I will
Didn't you hear her at the beginning? They said she did a bunch of research, but didn't talk about what that research was or what it meant.
read
or
that
what it was even
paper.
about.
I read the research paper that she published about this. It's atrocious, and it's atrocious to the point that other young Earth creationists published a response to her calling out how atrocious it was, echoing many of the same points that I made, and being even harsher than me.
Mm-hmm.
Other young Earth creationists raked her over the coals for the inadequacy of her research on this topic. It was like I was there with Vishanti and Joel Duff on my channel on a live stream, and we were all like, geez, guys, maybe tone it down a little bit. Like, wow. And this was other young Earth creationists. The other Yeks know how bad she is at this. At least the ones who know the first thing about dinosaurs, which, to be fair, is not many of them. But those ones do know.
Depending on the data, depending on the method that you use, depending on how you interpret the data, you're going to have different results.
Yeah, but the difference in the result is, like Doc said, whether this line goes on one side of one node or the other side of that node.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference.
No, there's more of a fundamental problem here. Guys, if you change the data, you get a different result. Yeah!
Yeah.
So go use the data you think is perfect. Go do it.
And tell you what, if you really want to have a real human person conversation, tell us why you think which data is wrong.
By the
Because
way,
that's like, we can have that conversation. We can be like, hey, listen, she doesn't like this idea of feathers. She doesn't like this idea of teeth. She doesn't like this definition of whatever. Fine. We can have those conversations. We can talk about that. This is nothing. This is just, they picked something. Like, yeah, they had to. What else are they supposed to do? Yeah, and then they changed the data. And they picked different things. Yeah, and they came up with a different result. If you change X from meaning 4 to changing it to 5, I don't know what to tell you other than you're gonna get a different result at the end of your equation. And if you change X to Y and Y equals a different number, you're going to get a different result to your goddamn fucking data. Shit, Sherlock.
real
When
quick.
planes were invented, the definition of vehicle had to change. Does that mean the term vehicle is now invalid?
Also, Jillian, San Andreas Fountain Wren, says that the 8-year-old says hi to all of us. So hello, 8-year-old.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I just said shit, Sherlock, to the 8-year-old.
And then he said it again while apologizing. Chesh is a
I'm a
professional.
bad goblin.
Well, comes with the territory.
So it leads us to the third possibility. Archaeopteryx is a bird. All Archaeopteryx specimens are found with feathers.
Okay, except for the 12 specimens. It's also not true. There's only one of them that didn't have feathers. This is just not true.
Yeah.
There have, in fact, been Archaeopteryx specimens found without feathers. More than one, but okay, sure, whatever.
Except for the 12th specimen. And
Also,
then you can
feathers
do like,
are key to the classification of birds. Then I guess pterosaurs and what's the little feathered ornithischian from Russia?
Calindrodromius.
Calindrodromius.
Mhm.
I guess those are birds too.
Yeah, the thing is, if we're going to use this definition, then ultimately, not just dinosaurs are all birds, but pretty much half of Archosauria are birds at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So-
if not all of Archosauria, there's
It
some
might be all
evidence
of
that
them, yeah.
crocodilians might be secondarily featherless.
Yeah, so, like, okay, I guess we can go there, but that's just going to mean that you've changed the definition of birds, which, to be fair, she's already changed the definition of bird, the thing she doesn't like to do, but we'll let her get there.
Mm-hmm.
why they didn't find feathers in that one? Well, the whole fossil were bad. The whole fossil was not well preserved.
What does that mean? The whole fossil was bad. It was a nearly intact skeleton. I've seen the fossil.
Yeah, it's a great fossil. Not all environments preserve feathers.
We have the greatest fossils. The fossils are the best. We have the whole thing is bad. We gotta put it out.
Gabriela would definitely put a tariff on fossils.
Ugh.
So, consequence, the feathers were not preserved. That's fine. That's okay.
Okay, feathers are almost never preserved on anything.
Including birds.
Yeah, including, like, no dispute, it's just a birds, right? Like, you find a fossil of a freaking parrot, chances are there's going to be no feathers. The feathers are the exceptional bit, and calling it not well preserved because it doesn't have feathers might be one of the worst, like, taphonomy takes that I've ever heard, and I've listened to Roger.
Okay, but lady, this isn't your field, and no one asked your opinion, nor did they ask for your
Well,
permission to
Ken Ham asked for her
continue
opinion.
to do science.
Ken Ham asked for her opinion, to be fair.
Yeah, but Ken Ham doesn't count.
It's true.
What does Ken Ham count for? The man can't even build an ark properly.
Yep. DM Wing says, I'll bet that fossil is almost indistinguishable from Compsognathidae. And it is. And that's the thing. That's why Archaeopteryx will tend to bounce around to just outside of birds and just inside if we take aviale to mean birds. Which I usually don't, but whatever, it's fine. That's the thing, right? That's why. It's because it is almost skeletally indistinguishable from any other small Silurosaur.
Yeah.
It really, really is. You need to have, like, exceptional preservation of, like, the manus, or that hands, if you will, or the feather impressions make any really firm, like, oh no, this is definitely not a Compsognathid. It's the degree to which it is easy to mistake a skeleton of an Archaeopteryx for the skeleton of any definitely not a bird dinosaur is hard to, like, it's hard to overstate it.
It's hard for paleontologists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of small, like, dinosaurs are found, and, like, later on we're like, oh, maybe this is closer to aviale than we thought. It happens.
Okay, but you know what? It's interesting.
What?
If the last fossil were Archaeopteryx,
Speaking of tariffs, Jake insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson, who's been a member for 25 months and is at the amniote level, says, hashtag no tariffs on penguins.
But are they dinosaurs?
They are, in fact, dinosaurs. And I would argue they are aquatic dinosaurs for all those people who say that aquatic animals aren't dinosaurs.
Or that there were no aquatic dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's like, well, then explain the penguin, buddy. Take that.
or the first one to be found, they would not have feathers.
Hold up.
What?
Got a Vishanti. Vishanti,
Okay.
are you here? We got a quiet Vishanti. We'll let Gabriela play, and maybe Vishanti will figure out what's going on.
Like,
Hi.
oh, it doesn't have feathers.
Wait, was that a Vishanti sound?
Yeah, I had to repair my earbuds.
Welcome back. You are
Anyway.
here right as we actually cross the threshold into now having less than an hour left. Unless, of course, that threshold goes up again.
Okay.
Mm.
Yes. So, welcome. This is Gabriela Haynes. You probably remember her from that time that we reviewed her paper.
Yes. This is the Pigastyles aren't a Pigastyle person, right?
Yes, this is the person who does not know what a Pigastyle is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Which
I'm gonna have to go watch that stream.
normally I would look. I say this a lot, right? I would not normally put someone down for not knowing what a Pigastyle is. Most people, I feel like, don't know what a Pigastyle is. But if you're going to tell me that you're about to overturn all of avian taxonomy, you better damn well know what a Pigastyle is. Especially if you're going to say that an animal that doesn't have one, like Archaeopteryx, does have one, which, no, it absolutely does not.
The longer this goes on, the more convinced I am that the only solution to any of this is a brick.
Hey, that's
So
the
the
stone that
thing
you use to evolve
for-
Eevee into a ghost type.
Somebody knows what I'm talking about.
Doc finally got it. Clicked for Doc. It took a little while. The gears had to turn.
Yeah. Bad.
Sorry, Doc.
That was painful.
I don't have a whole
I'm not
lot
sorry.
I don't have a whole lot of Pokemon jokes, but that's one of them.
Yeah.
See, it's a dinosaur. Well,
Yeah.
just wait a little bit.
It is.
You're gonna find
No.
something else, have feathers. So just something that we have to have in our mind that it can happen. That's not the case with Archaeopteryx. So the other point is feathers have been the key to the classification of birds since when? Forever.
That is not actually true. Jake insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson has just gifted 5 more memberships, which I believe will put us a bit past another hour. So thank you very much,
Ooh.
Jake insert
Hey, we
clever.
keep going back and forth between over an hour and under an hour. Hours don't exist.
Yeah, time is an illusion. Chesh, actually, time doesn't exist. Sorry.
I gave up.
Time also might be running a little funny today because I think I punched a hole through space-time last night.
Oh.
So,
Mm.
yeah.
Seems dangerous. But do know that I did put a cap on how long this is going to go. We're not going to go more than another hour and a half. And I do have the predetermined number of memberships, so that will mean that I stop updating the clock at. But that being said, that should be past the level where we need the Darwin emoji, which means Vishanti, send me that Darwin emoji.
I already did.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, if we get there, which I think we're currently we're like 10 or less away from getting there. So,
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're close.
so all right, here we go.
Since forever, it has been the key to classify birds. And the secular scientists, they admit that. They know that. You know what?
Oh, right. I want to talk about the fact that that's not really the case. Feathers have always
Yeah.
been a part of the classification of birds, but other things have also been important, like having a 4-chambered heart, being warm-blooded, having a beak, not having teeth. Gabriela Haynes has
Dying
always
to
been
cats
part.
on an exponential level.
Well, technically no, but I mean practically.
I mean, that's how arbitrary she's being.
Yeah, basically. So, Gabrielle Haynes, in her paper, said that we need to stick with the Linnaean classification of birds. And guess what? Archaeopteryx doesn't meet the Linnaean classification of birds. It has teeth, it doesn't have a beak, and that's it. That's all you need to know that it does not meet the Linnaean definition for birds. If you want to say that your new definition for birds is just like having pennaceous feathers, okay, you can do that, but you have to recognize that's a different definition of bird, and you are doing this exact thing that she's complaining about, which is changing the definition of birds. Gabriela Haynes wants to expand what we call birds. But her argument is actually arguing that we narrow what we call birds, and it would exclude Archaeopteryx. It would exclude Confuciusornis. It would exclude Eoavis. A whole bunch of these ancient birds. It would exclude, Ichthyornis. It would exclude a whole lot of things that people nowadays think of as extinct birds, and that I know Gabriela Haynes thinks of as extinct. So she's I don't know whether or not she just didn't check Linnaeus and is lying about having done so, or whether she did check Linnaeus, knows what it says, and is lying about what it says. Oh, bye,
Or
Vishanti.
she's just lying about everything.
Yeah, but either way, I don't know how to come out of this with Gabriela Haynes not being a liar. I would love to find a way to not conclude that Gabriela Haynes is a liar. I don't know how to do it. If you guys know how to do it, let me know. Oh, hey, North Texas Fossils is watching from Glen Rose, the dino capital of Texas. Also,
Nice.
also the place where the man tracks were found with the dinosaur tracks in, the imagination of some creationists.
Mhm.
Maybe there's still some creationists pushing the Delk print as authentic.
Yeah, Ball still is. I
yeah.
don't think he'll ever let it go.
I think I saw Dan Biddle doing it too.
Seriously?
Yeah. All right.
I got that quote here from a secular scientist.
Okay.
Archaeopteryx
Okay.
has been considered a bird since 1863 when it was described, identified, and published.
Okay.
Archaeopteryx had avian wings.
Is she arguing that the first answer we come to in science should always be the one answer that we use forever? That we should never change our minds based on new data? Is that what she's arguing?
We never get
Sounds
new
like
evidence.
fundamentalist.
Yeah.
It's all every data point after the first is all made up.
Hey, when it comes to things like science, being able to change your mind and reconsider previous conclusions, that's what we call a good thing.
Or
That's-
experimenting with different data points to see what the conclusions are.
I'd argue it's
Not
just a
if
good
you're a
thing.
young
in
Earth
general.
creationist.
Good practice.
With complex feathers and skeletal
Gesture just did 5 more Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you very much, Gesture. I will be adding those momentarily.
structures that show that it could fly. Right here, you have a swivel wrist.
Back over now.
It's a wrist. It's a wrist that can fold the wing,
Mhm.
and it's just like the ones that living birds have, and also
Okay, I want to point out, no, it's absolutely not. Right, so what she's highlighting here is the semilunate carpal, which you can see in Sapiornis and Archaeopteryx are actually still separate carpal bones. But if you look at Answer, Opisthochus, and Struthio, or the goose, juvenile Watson, because I guess we need a juvenile Watson, or Watzine, if I'm going to pronounce it more correctly, and an ostrich, that's fused to the proximal end of the metacarpals. There's a reason that there's a continuous black line there. It's because in life, those bones are fused. It's not the same. Instead, you know what it is the same as? The hand of basically every non-avian Maniraptoran that's ever existed. At least
I mean,
you
like
Maniraptoran. You Maniraptoran. We'll say that. How is that? There we go. Sorry, I was being a little bit too extreme. But also, the unfused wing fingers, which again, prediction by Darwin, that's different. While it's not super well shown in these living bird sections, in fact, the bones fuse together so that you cannot move these fingers separately. Except for the thumb. The thumb can still move a bit separately. Roshina, hashtag upset Kel... For $5 or for $4.99 says, I think Matt Powell was just promoting the Delk print too.
Of
Jeez.
course.
Matt Powell has never found anything too stupid for him to believe. Ever. Also, scale to equal manus length? That looks like it's roughly true. Fair enough. So yeah, these are not the same. These are actually far more similar to non-avian dinosaurs that we know of than they are to these other ones on the right. Now, they are all very similar, which, I don't know, might tell you something about common ancestry.
extinct fossil birds have. They all have the same feature. Right here, you can see that Archaeopteryx also has a tail that is not muscular and not as long as the dinosaur tail.
Okay, this one pissed me off a little bit. Okay, so one of the things I want you to notice is if we look at the second group that she says is dinosaurs, right? I want you to notice that the top one is Allosaurus, and the next one is Sinosauropteryx. Now, Sinosauropteryx is displayed as having a longer tail than Allosaurus. Doc, Are these tails to scale with each other?
Absolutely not.
Right. How much smaller is a Sinosauropteryx tail than an Allosaurus tail? Say?
About a tenth?
Yeah.
Because it's a tenth the size of the animal?
So what we're doing on these dinosaur sections is we're roughly scaling to basically roughly equal like size of the proximal most vertebra in the tail. But then when you look up to Archaeopteryx, which she has highlighted, and look at how tiny it is. Do you know what happens to this tail if you scale it up to be of equal size in the first vertebra with the Allosaurus tail? Because I happen to know, because I did it. It's longer proportionally than the Allosaurus tail. The tail that she's saying is so short and bird-like.
Oops.
It's longer than the Allosaurus tail.
Oops.
She is lying to you, and I don't know how to interpret it any other way. Because she made the decision to scale these dinosaur tails so that they were roughly equal in first vertebra size. And she did it. She even exaggerated the size of the quote-unquote bird tails that she has here for the ostrich, the Watsine, and the goose. So, yeah. This is just Gabriela Haynes lying to you.
I mean, not just that. Take the Sinosauropteryx H something and Compsognathus tails and put them next to Deinonychus, Microraptor, Archaeopteryx, Anchiornis, and Gehalornis.
Yeah, they're virtually indistinct.
They're basically identical. Even the Coelophysis one. And not only that, you show these big, thick tails. Show where the muscles go, because these are tetanurans. The muscles are all at the base,
Are
just
all
like
of
in
them tetanurans?
birds.
Yeah, I guess they are.
Yeah, all tetanurans.
Orgosaurus, Compsognathus. I can't read the third one, but it's still a Compsognathid, so it's going to be... What does Compsognathus not get identified as a Compsognathid?
I don't know. But yeah, all the muscle is at the base, just like a bird's.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you know the anatomy...
Which she doesn't. Pictolic Episode 3, Revenge of the Fish for 100 Argentinian pesos says, okay, so Archaeopteryx hand looks more avian than non-avian. Now let's compare Lucy's hip with chimps and humans. Yeah, there is that too. They're never going to do that because, holy crap, is that Lucy pelvis basically human? They'll just lie about it, which they absolutely
That's
do.
unwelcome nuance.
It is unwelcome. You know what? I'm now having like vivid memories of me going to the museum and looking at all the dinosaur stuff with Bishanti. That was a fun time.
That was really super fun.
Yeah. If you ever get a chance to go to a dinosaur museum with a dinosaur nerd, do it. It's more fun that way.
And if you ever get to go to a dinosaur museum with a dinosaur, do it.
Even better.
Right there, you can see the dinosaur group, and compared to Archaeopteryx, it has nothing to do.
Okay,
Aha.
Okay.
sure. Except for the fact that it's almost identical to many of the tails that you have on there.
Me when I lie on the internet.
Right?
I mean, show us a Ceratosaurus. That'd at least be something different.
Yeah. Jake insert
Yeah,
clever
no one ever shows them.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, I do. But not the
You
skeletal
got
bit,
all
I
that
guess.
tail hanging out.
Yeah. Jake insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, so women exaggerate size too? Well, at least this woman does.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't put their tails to scale.
Archaeopteryx also has the features in the forelimb just like other birds. Look
Oh.
at that.
All right, let's see what we got. Okay, so right now she is definitely saying that Deinonychus and Microraptor and Con and Caudipteryx are birds. Which
Say Oviraptorosaurs are birds?
Yep, she's definitely going with that because yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I like the fact that what we're not getting, other than actually, Compsognathids aren't Eurymanoraptorans, are they?
No, they're not.
So
They're basal Silurosaurs.
We're not going to get any actual comparisons to the closest non-avian relatives of these birds because notice what she's done. she's just redefined a large swath of dinosaurs that no one really considers to be birds as birds. They're just birds now. Which,
Wow,
I mean...
that's really cool. I mean, it's really easy to prove your point when you just redefine things to fit your position.
Yep.
As she is actively trying to pretend that people were redefining by picking new data and defining their terms.
Also, I do want to point out that all of these humori, I don't know, whatever, have that characteristic dinosaurian deltopectoral crest up at the proximal end. Every single one of them.
It's even more pronounced on all of the birds than the other than the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And also, when she's pointing out, like, forelimb length versus hind limb length, yeah, what she's basically doing is just, as you get closer, if you ignore her particular labels, right, you can notice that as we get closer to Humaniraptor and then into Aves, the relative length of the arms gets bigger. That's what we would expect if there was an evolutionary lineage. So, like, way to put all the information on here that would debunk you. And also, I want to point out, separate wing fingers all here on the extinct end. Fused wing fingers over on the right. Same thing with carpals. We got separate carpal bones here on the left. Fused carpal bones here on the right. And at the bottom, separate carpal bones, separate fingers. So, for the person who was complaining about people cherry-picking data, seems like she's got a bit of a problem with that herself. Just a smidge of a problem with cherry-picking data.
As an aside, Dapper, have you ever seen a labeled skull of an Oviraptorosaur? Like what the bones are?
I don't recall ever having seen one.
They have some of the most messed up skulls I've ever seen when you identify the bones.
I mean, just looking at it, that seems like it would check out.
They're horrific.
Or Oviraptors. They're not as horrific as like dolphin skulls, though.
No, they're worse than dolphins.
I refuse to believe.
I will send you a picture.
All right, if I maintain my stance that dolphins are worse, you don't get to complain. You don't have to agree. But
sure.
Big surprise. What is the conclusion about Archaeopteryx? All that shows that there is no reason to justify calling Archaeopteryx a transitional form or a dinosaur with feathers, unless
you haven't gone over the justification.
Evolutionary.
yeah, she's already shown us more than enough of the justification for this on screen in her own slides. She's shown us things that Archaeopteryx has that are characteristic of dinosaurs. She's shown us ways in which it is not in line with what we know of bird anatomy from, birds. Like, her own sources, once you stop cherry-picking them and lying about them, are already sufficient to show you that Archaeopteryx is a bird, is a dinosaur, and also has characteristics that now are only known in birds. Like, it's already here. It was in her original paper, too. The evidence of the transitional nature of Archaeopteryx was right there. Lieutenant Math Navigator for $5 says, AIG argument paraphrase, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike. All right, here we go.
Assumptions to the equation. If you add evolutionary assumptions to the equation, yes, you're going to have Archaeopteryx being a transitional form or a dinosaur with feathers. If you analyze the data alone.
So, first, John Hopkins has just gifted 5 more Dapper Dinosaur memberships, once again pushing us just above the hour mark. Thank you very much. So, another thing I want to point out is that, once again, this is flat Earth level misunderstanding of science. Yes, in order to test a hypothesis, we start by assuming it's true, figuring out what consequences that leads to, and then checking for those. So every time she complains, it's like, well, if you assume evolution, yeah, that's science. She's just saying, in other words, well, if you do science, yeah, you know what? When you're going to call yourself a scientific creationism, I would expect that you might do some science. Turns out, that's a bad assumption. But it also turns out that when scientists say they're going to do science, that's what they do. And that involves assuming that an idea is true so that you can test it. That you know what things would show up if it's not true versus if it is.
The information alone.
How dare you base
con-
a hypothesis on pre-existing data?
I know, right? You're just supposed to make it up whole cloth out of nothing.
You're supposed to change the data to fit your hypothesis, or just ignore data that doesn't fit.
That's the real answer. First, make up the hypothesis out of nothing, then ignore or change the data to make sure it fits. That is, in fact, the pseudoscience way. And also, remember, if anything looks like anything else, it is that other thing.
Yeah.
Pareidolia is key. Also, sounds like is also another one. That's how we got Bodhi Hodge saying that the people of Tuvalu were actually descended from the biblical Tubal, because Tuvalu and Tubal kind of vaguely sound the same. So therefore, there you go. That's just proof positive. Which also, I don't know if you know, but the island nation of Tuvalu actually gets a fair bit of money from selling domain names, because their domain is .tv. So any .tv website you've seen, they had to register in Tuvalu. So
nice.
Good for them.
Cool.
Yeah.
Conclusion is
this
that
isn't
Archaeopteryx
100% directly related to TV, but because you made me think of it, I would like to say a hearty congratulations to all of my stunt friends who are in the industry, because the Oscars are finally gonna start giving stunt people a category so they can be recognized for their work.
Nice.
Yeah. About dang time.
Yeah, like stunt people work really hard, and they should be recognized for
literal
this.
Bodies on the line.
Seriously. The reason you have them, the reason you have stunt people is because the things they're doing are too dangerous for your faces.
Yeah.
Flavius
You
Josephus.
don't have to take out like a freaking multi-million-dollar insurance policy on every freaking named actor on a production.
Mm-hmm. Just Jackie Chan.
Yeah, just Jackie.
Do not
And Donnie Yen.
do not sleep on my boy Brendan Fraser, who
Fair
broke
enough.
his body
That's true.
doing a whole ton of stunts.
That's
and
true.
A lot of people don't know he was doing that.
Flavius Josephus, the first
totally
century
do
Jewish
that,
historian, who's been a member for 8 months and is at the amniote level, says, "Did I hear the antiquity of the Jews?" You did not.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, the antiquity. Those Jews, they're just so old.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Old as balls.
I happen to know that Vishanti herself is like 200.
I mean, at least.
At least, right. Okay, so we've got, for $5, Lieutenant Math Navigator says, imagine being on an AIG panel and being the dumbest person in the room, Bodhi.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah, but...
I mean, bar was low, but...
So Bodhi isn't on AIG panels anymore because he's no longer with AIG. But back when he was, he would just throw out random fallacy names that didn't at all apply. And it's like, Bodhi, what are you talking about? He's like, that's the fallacy of stolen concept. And then like later on, be like, that's affirming the consequent. Yeah, basically, yeah. He's just a young Earth Nathan Thompson. Although, to be fair,
I think
Bodhi,
Nathan Thompson's a young Earther too.
Yeah, he probably is. Also, I do want to be fair to Bodhi. I don't have any evidence of him, like dressing in a duck costume, or abusing anyone, or mooching off of anyone's goodwill for months and months and months.
I'm sorry, I'm never going to get over the duck suit thing.
The duck suit thing was so ridiculous, and everyone was telling him it was a bunch of pranksters. In case you guys don't know, Nathan Thompson, formerly prominent flat earther until he burned every single bridge he had. He was pranked by a prank YouTube channel into participating in these like ridiculous fake flat earth experiments. Like, what if we just fold toilet paper like 100 times and then we can get to space and we'll put the camera on top of the folded toilet paper so we can see from space if the earth is round. And then at one point they convinced him to put on a rubber duck costume, which wasn't made of rubber, but because they learned that rubber was good for shielding from radiation, and they wanted to shoot a radiation beam to like Kazakhstan or something, and see if it came from in the ground or if it came from off in the distance, because that would tell you what shape the Earth was. And everyone, flat Earth and globe Earth, is telling Nathan Thompson constantly, like, dude, you're getting pranked. This isn't real. None of this is real. He's like, no, man, I can look into their eyes and see the sincerity. And they're like, they're not even like students at Yale. This is just a prank channel, man. He's like, no, it's real. This guy got back with his girlfriend. Their love is real. And it's like, no, none of it's true. Although it was funny to watch Nathan holding a gigantic sex toy that was gifted to one of them as a wedding gift as part of the whole joke. And it was a very large phallus, and he just had it. And so, yeah, now if you want, you can see pictures of Nathan Thompson holding a very, very large phallic object. So, Prixie Purple has just gifted Prixie Burning Purple. Gonna get that Ammonite stuff going in there. Has gifted a Dapper Dinosaur membership, so thank you so much for that. All right, we're gonna hit play, even though Chesh has abandoned us.
Is a bird. So after all that I just presented to you, we can see that Archaeopteryx was not a star witness for Darwin's theory.
First, it was historically. It just was.
Yeah.
And second, everything we were just shown actually confirms that it should have been, rather than disconfirming it, after you sift through the ways in which she's misrepresenting the data and just outright lying. Like, once you sift through those things, you're like, oh, nope, this just is a bird. Which, by the way, I do think that actually we may be at the point where we have another emoji unlocked. So I'm going to refresh my studio here. I'm going to take a look at customize default perks, emojis.
Oh, and you also missed a super chat. Would you like me to read it out?
Yeah, but now it's telling me I can't get a 26th emoji. I thought I only had 24.
What?
Go ahead, Doc.
You got scammed.
So from Rosnia #upsetkeller for $5. This is the kind of misinformation you'd get from Google's AI overview. I'd say it's
Yes.
The kind of misinformation you get from Google's AI overview is how to drink bleach. Like,
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet.
what was Dapper? What was the
Okay.
one that we looked at where it was just like put bleach together in your washing machine and make mustard gas?
Yes.
Yeah, you can mix bleach and ammonia. That's fine.
All right. I need to count again because now I'm unhappy. Because I'm pretty sure I had 24 emojis, but now I just have 25. And that's 20. Remember how I said YouTube likes to lie to me about how many I need?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're almost 100 away.
What?
What? No, they lied.
Man, you gotta be kidding.
Said that they
I'm not.
lied?
I'm not. It said it's 96, and I don't even know if that's true.
Bruh.
I don't even know if that's true.
Okay. Well,
It's fine. It just means we get to do more of these. What are you even worried about?
Mm.
I'm looking to see if there's one I want to replace, but I really like all the ones I have.
I mean,
And dealing, YouTube
Clay
is a liar.
Dappy, because I mean, it's cute, but you could do Clay Dappy as an avatar.
I do Clay Dappy as.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
All right,
if
here.
it came down to Clay Dappy versus the Deal With It Darwin,
We'll do a poll. Is what
Okay.
we'll do.
I don't know why we're not just doing more drives.
Well, that will probably still be a thing we can do, but yeah. All right. Since YouTube lied to me, should we? And then a colon, and I'll say replace an emoji with deal. Oh, I can't do the whole thing with Darwin.
I volunteer Murphy. You can replace Murphy.
Okay, we'll say replace Murphy. Or to say do more membership. Which would be staggered, like I'm not going to do one tomorrow. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the answer is obviously both, but right.
in the short term.
Anything that I replace would probably be on the short list for being added back in as another emoji shortly after. But I do want to know what you guys are. because I really, really, really don't like that YouTube told me 18, and then I got past that, and then YouTube said 96. And it really kind of pisses me off.
Have you
Well,
pressed
if
the
it-
refresh button?
Yes, several times.
If it makes you feel any better, you got a new super chat and membership chat.
I did. That's true. TikTok episode 3, Revenge of the Fish. Sorry, for 100 Argentinian pesos says holding a giant AIG in a duck costume and receiving Kazakhstani radiation sounds way hotter than seeing the midnight sun in Antarctica. I mean, fair. To be fair though, he was not holding the giant AIG while he was in the duck. That was on a different day at the beach where he was just in normal clothes for the fake wedding. Let's see. Ambi Carcinogistics Z, who's been a member for 12 months, is at the tetrapod level, says start your search with a swear to omit AI results. Oh, okay. I'll have to check to see if that works. Then Grizz1231 became a new member at the tetrapod level, which means we get to increase the number here.
Wait,
Thank you very
that's
much.
giga-brained. Start your Google search with a curse word to stop the AI from actually like. That's wait, that's giga-brained. Hold on. You can't just drop stuff like that on me.
Jake, insert clever Dapper inside joke here, Nelson, for $2 says, Dapper, can we hit AIG with some Charlie Sierra? You know what? I'll let you be in charge of that, and I'm not going to say anything whether you do or not.
Can I draw them with a brick of C4?
I'm not going to stop you. I don't even know how I would stop you. I guess I would have to travel to, like, Ontario, find you, and restrain you somehow.
Tactical wolves.
Oh, could do that. Canada does have wolves. I could attach laser beams to their heads.
You know what, Dapper? I think we just figured out what the real intended purpose of modifying gray wolf genomes is. It's not to actually bring back dire wolves. It's just to make tactical gray wolves.
What about
Are you
tactical dire wolves?
Well, I mean, but is this like a DARPA project?
I mean, obviously.
Okay. Colossal Bioscience is actually a DARPA front. That checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Team ONB Formula 1 Dog Racing for $2 says, drop Kent, drink, add Darwin, add a Kipmoji. I mean, so right now,
Kip hasn't earned it. He doesn't get it.
55% are saying replace an emoji with Darwin, which, since only 20% are saying Murphy, assuming that this stays roughly where it is, I meant to say replace Play Dapper, not just looks like right now what's probably going to happen is going to replace Play Dapper, and when we get back in Dapper, which
Yay!
I would really rather not have to do that, but you know, YouTube lied to all of us, which I'm super happy about. Okay.
That's okay, because by the end of the stream, we're going to have the Darwin emoji, and that's a win.
I mean, we could just do it right now. Tell you what,
Yeah.
I'm going to hit play, and then when we get to something that Doc wants to talk about, I'm going to pause. Doc's going to talk about that while I swap out Clay Dapper for the Darwin emoji.
Okay. Evolution. But let's go back to the story that I was telling you about the support that Huxley gave at that moment, postulating the idea that there was a relationship between birds and dinosaurs. And guess what was helping? Archaeopteryx.
All right.
Archaeopteryx came in the exact time to close the gap between dinosaurs and birds. That was their idea.
She implying
back
that
in their
this is
time.
a conspiracy?
Seems like
She's
it.
been doing that the
Maybe.
whole time. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, Archaeopteryx and all of the other stem birds that have been continuously being found since the 1800s.
Birds are plants by either the devil if they're extinct or the government if they're currently flying around.
Oh wait, hold on.
Apparently.
Now we have a lot of people objecting to Clay Dapper as an option. Okay. Well, now I don't know what to do, guys. Oh, and now the whole thing has been screwed up because I... give me a second. This is slowly turning into a disaster. Sorry about that.
Slowly?
Yeah.
We started off with this lady, so I don't know what you were expecting. And I was drinking before I got her.
Okay.
Usually that doesn't happen. Usually Dapper is the one who shows up on Saturday, already 3/4 of the way in the bag because of you guys. And then he shows up and starts talking drunk about politics.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I wouldn't trade it for the world.
All right. I will replace the top since YouTube already has one, as Tiktaalik points out in his
That makes
100
sense.
Argentinian peso super chat.
That makes too
You know
much
what? That's
sense.
fair.
And how dare you say
Wait.
something so rational to me?
What? Hold on, though. Why would you send me a WebP file, Vishanti?
I didn't.
You absolutely did.
Dapper's about to get
Discord-
hacked
Discord
right now,
converts
live.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
I'll say this. At the very
I
least,
saved it as a PNG.
Discord sent it to me
The one that...
as a WebP file.
Yeah, Discord
Are
converts
you
it.
freaking kidding me?
No, I am not. So now I have to save it locally as a PNG file. I have to convert it myself.
When I opened it in my browser, it still opened it as a PNG.
I don't know
What
what
are
to
you
tell
looking
you.
at?
When
Are you
I
looking at the latest cropped one or the original that I forwarded?
I opened up my Discord, I found the newest thing you sent me, and I downloaded it.
Okay, the one that's square.
Yeah. I mean, it is cropped. Should it not be cropped?
Yeah, I saved it as a PNG.
Well,
I uploaded it as a PNG.
downloaded
When I
as
open
a
my
web-
browser, it opens as a PNG.
It downloaded as a WebP, and I am currently converting it to a PNG.
Why?
I don't know.
I literally just now saved it, and it's saved as a PNG.
I'm not telling you you're wrong.
So really quick, while y'all sort this out, I gotta take care of something. Feel free to continue without me.
Oh, we can keep bickering about things that we both agree on, because that's one of our special superpowers. So we can bicker about things we actually agree on. Oh,
Can I put it in your Discord just so other people can test it?
I mean, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm also saying, why did this not save where I told it to?
That sounds like a your computer being rude problem.
Yeah. I mean, let's try again. See if I screwed this up. Oh, there it is.
Because I never use WebP for anything ever.
Good.
And
No one
pox
should.
upon the house for whoever invented that file format.
All right, there is now a Darwin emoji. Please spam the chat with it, within reason.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. Yep. So for 100 Argentinian pesos, Tiktaalik episode 3, Revenge of the Fish says Prixie suggested changing the top hat since YouTube already has one we can use. That's what we went with. Let's see. Team O&B Formula 1 dog racing for $2 says horizontal kit emoji. Canada has totally been. Maybe Kip can be next on there.
I want to get. I've been working on getting Dr. Kip on and a couple other Canadians on to sit around and just complain.
Hey, that
Well,
sounds.
don't
pretty
do
good
it
to me.
next week because he's working the polls for your election. So
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a thing.
Icarus says
I
why the.
returned.
Welcome back. Icarus says why the WebP hate, and I'm going to tell you right now why.
are you really?
WebP, look, at the base level as an image format, there's nothing particularly wrong with WebP, right? Like, it saves images just fine. It's not particularly lossy or anything like that. But what I do hate about it is how few programs recognize it. It's basically invisible to almost everything except, dedicated, relatively high-end image editing software. And that's annoying. Because sometimes I just want to dump a picture onto my editing timeline, but my editing software doesn't recognize WebP. I have to go in and save it as a PNG or a JPEG or a TIFF or something.
Or take a screenshot.
Yeah.
Or take a screenshot.
That's the thing that really it annoys me because anybody that comes out with their own bespoke file format, they just don't care who's recognizing this file. And it's you want this to become public usage, you want it to become widespread, possibly even a standard. It's my dude, really?
And look,
Well, maybe that's not their intention. Maybe they don't want to be the StreamYards of streaming that has such a low bar that any dumb person out there can just hit a button and go live and then say really stupid things
are we
on the
being
internet.
elitist with file formats now?
No, I'm saying that sometimes the barrier of entry is okay.
That sounds like elitism to me.
Hey, listen, I'm not going to knock StreamYard because they just did an update where they added scenes. So
They did.
they coming for OBS's throat, y'all.
Although I'm actually using StreamYard and OBS right now. I'm actually capturing StreamYard to OBS. Because you know what?
You do not. Yeah, you don't want to start with me
Yeah,
about the problems of like accessibility. Because like ultimately, in an ideal world, accessibility is good, but not every soccer mom should have a YouTube channel. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I when I heard accessibility, I thought you meant like closed captions and making it accessible to people with disabilities, not ease of use.
Yeah, I mean ease of use. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If like I said, anybody with you don't need anything. You need a login with your Google account that gives you a YouTube channel and lets you log into StreamYards, and then you're streaming, and then people are having gossip channels that are actually defamation and harassment. That's all I'm saying.
Which there might or may not be in current contempt of court for not bothering to take down.
Which may or may not be end up in lots of jail time, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Because like in some states, certain kinds of contempt can be felonies.
Yeah.
Which, don't commit felonies as a general rule unless your name ends in a rump and maybe starts with a
And you're on paper rich.
Or your name starts with Steve and ends in McCrae.
Yeah, in that case, do as many felonies as you
sorry,
want,
was that
so I
you?
can watch you go straight to prison.
Yeah, hashtag this is not legal advice.
Yeah.
So what was the stupid thing that Gabriela said?
Well, first, let's read a super chat, and then I'm going to hit unpause, and that'll probably tell me. Roshan, hashtag upset Keller for $9.99 says, WebP is a Google format that was created from their YouTube codec, so Google didn't have to support superior formats designed for the web like H.265 and JPEG XL. Yeah, that is true. Those are some better things. And then on top of that, for some reason, then YouTube doesn't want to recognize WebP for purposes of emojis, which is great. That's just great.
Wait, they came up with it. Google came up with it,
and then
they won't recognize it on YouTube. That is just mwah.
Yeah. It's
incredible work, YouTube. That is just amazing. Good job.
Yeah, honestly, the whole WebP thing, like, why do you hate WebP? I have some very good reasons for why I don't like WebP. TikTok episode 3, Rens the Fish says, McRae must already be a criminal considering he got swatted.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, he got really, really pissy when I banned him from Dr. Dan's channel. And he was like, why am I being banned? And like, he was told for being a transphobe. He's like, how am I being a transphobe? How am I a transphobe? And then Dan was like, look, I trust my mods and I trust Dapper with this call. He's like, I don't really know. And then over the next few weeks, I was like, hey, Dan, here's how Steve McRae is a transphobe. He's like, holy shit, man. Like, yeah.
I spent 30 seconds looking at his social media posts.
Wow.
He is not subtle about this in any way.
He's having a time.
He's in
not
denial.
Literally scared of them, and that's what phobia means. So therefore,
yeah.
Like, man, shut up.
Team OMB Formula 1 dog racing member for 20 months says Gabriela got chucked with a bunch of Chucky D emojis. Which, in case you don't know, I call him Chucky D sometimes. That's just a thing I do.
Yeah, that's my cousin.
Yeah, it's true. It is your cousin. I've seen the genealogy.
Yep.
All right, here we go. We're going to hit play. Oh, after we read Nat G's $2 super chat that says, insert XKCD about standard proliferation here.
Yes, thank you.
Sir, I don't know why it sounds like you actually want to know what this lady's about to say.
Because that's kind of like the point.
Gabriela,
No,
I
our
think
point
you're
is to
wanting
get
to do.
super chats, make money, and get memberships.
I mean, okay, that's
Gabrielle's
also
like,
the
all right,
point.
let's think. Baby, you're telling people to do the exact opposite of thinking.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
1861. Over 100 years later, John Ostrom was studying some fossils.
Oh,
And
boy.
that was in 1969. He named the fossils,
Nice.
the name of the fossil, Deinonychus. And based on Deinonychus, which he
Wait. No, I thought you said that she had badly mispronounced Deinonychus, but that sounded like not bad.
I think she does at some point.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like right now, she's doing fine.
Also, look at the highlighting. Why is the last letter on either side of this paragraph not highlighted?
Someone was just being lazy with the highlight brush. That's it. That's all it is.
You have to go out of
Yeah,
your way
it doesn't
to
go
be
to the
this
edges
bad,
on
though.
either.
No,
It
wait.
cut off the end of ancestry.
No, wait. I
Cut
see.
off the T in theropod. Like this crap.
They took semi-transparent yellow bars and pasted them on this image.
Yep.
You can see one of them's
If you
disconnected.
want to adjust the
Why
link,
would you
nah.
do that?
Because they don't know how to use like real image editing software, I guess. That's pretty much all I can think of.
Just run a cursor over it and take a screenshot.
Jake
Jets
insert
can't tech.
Jake insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says no transphobia, no homophobia, no kink shaming. I did find an exception to the no kink shaming rule. If your kink is specifically Mikey Smith's left foot, I will kink shame you. Kink shame you for that.
Yeah, I concur. I
Um,
concur.
instead,
The Holocaust follows Revkov deal.
instead, what you should be doing is telling Mikey Smith to go see a fucking doctor. Because I was talking about this with Bent earlier today. I was like, yeah, he looks like he's going to die of like sepsis any day now because of how ridiculous his foot is.
I don't know where
I think he's going to die. Is that why they call them podiatrist?
Why are we trying to do these people any favors? Question mark.
Look, here's the thing, right? Mikey Smith is not a great person, but I don't want like a painful septic death for him. I would rather he be reasonably healthy because, like, what's he really doing? He's like getting himself stranded in Vegas looking for stars. Okay, cool, whatever. And by stars, I don't mean movie stars. I mean in the sky. He's looking with his binoculars into the sky to see stars. Like, that's not a horrible thing for him to be doing. Like, whatever.
Okay, but
Nothing Mikey Smith is doing is that bad that I want him to die a painful death.
but hear me out. You're grading on a curve.
Ha!
I-
Ha!
Thing is,
Grading on a curve for a flat earther.
but part of the thing is, I actually don't really think that I am, because like, there's a lot of people who like I don't super like, but I don't want them to die in agony. Like-
Okay, yeah, but if there weren't worse people, they would become the worst person.
And I still wouldn't want them to die in agony.
Well, you're just
See,
soft.
man, that's the difference between you and me. I'm a hater.
Yeah, I know.
Me and Ashanti are on the same page here.
I'm aware of this. I'm not denying this, but it's still the fact that there are some things that, like, if that's all you've done, I don't think you deserve a horrible, agonizing death. Call me crazy, I guess. Timo and Beat Formula One
We
Dog
just
Racing
disagree.
for $2 says they're not scared of transes; they're aroused with the sweating. hot and the-
Oh,
I mean, look, I am not someone who
Homo.
generally agrees that all homophobes are actually bi or gay, or that all transphobes are actually in trans
But
people.
maybe.
But it's definitely not none of them either.
yeah.
There are overlaps within these circles.
Yes, there definitely are overlaps.
Yeah, it's not all phobes, but it's always a phobe.
Yeah. So, like for instance, just how many Christian pastors who've been preaching against homosexuals for decades are found
As
at like
somebody who has
bathhouses.
been covering politics recently, I would like to point out that currently the score of Democrats who have been arrested for inappropriate behavior, both in the sexual variety related to adults and to everything that's not an adult, is 10-0.
Yikes.
Yeah, 10 Republicans, 0 anybody else. Just to
Man, I
Not
was
even
just
the
reading
libertarians?
about. Hang on, I was just reading today about a guy from I think Santa Cruz who he was a super red hat Trump wearing, I hate drag queens, they're indoctrinating your children and making them the gay and the trans. And he got arrested by the local PD for abusing children.
I saw that. I saw that on your BlueStack feed.
Every time.
Weird. It's almost like they're just all full of projection. Almost. It's almost like that.
Theory, quote unquote.
All right. I'm going to hit play, and we're going to go away from talking about things that will get this demonetized. We're going to go back to dinosaurs, which are less likely to get me demonetized.
Interpret to be a dinosaur with some bird-like features. He revived the idea.
Jeez. Instead, Team ONB Formula 1 Dog Racing for $2 says, Shapiro 316, thou shalt not confuse my dick, with another one of the hot sweaty emojis. Ben, why would anyone have any lubrication?
Yeah.
Ben, I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, which
Ben,
in this
I've
case
never
is true.
turned on a woman in my life.
Well,
Shapiro.
Imagine asking your wife what it might mean,
Yikes.
and then her telling you, "Oh no, that would be some kind of a." Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
It's like, oh my god.
I just
dude.
like that she was confident enough that she knew she was going to get away with that.
Yeah, look, she must have some kind of superhuman skills to put up with living with Ben Shapiro as a spouse. Like, I have no idea if I would like her or anything, but like, geez.
Utter failure of his in this department. I'm astounded that they have kids. I'm curious as to how that happened.
Because she wanted them.
Yeah, she probably.
Yes, but also mechanically, if he's like, I don't know what this lubrication thing is.
Listen, when
probably
you're
has a
smart
secret-
enough, it doesn't matter that
Well,
much.
there's that, and also she probably has a secret stash of KY somewhere.
So Deino, a really interesting dinosaur.
So those Roshina Hall hashtag read the whole thing super chat hashtag upset Keller for $4.99. Who has been caught hating on transes? Sorry, it says transes, but I think. But also caught looking up transcorn, like Alex Jones. Oh, did he do that?
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either. I just didn't know.
Did Alex Jones?
I mean, it wouldn't
I know
surprise
that there's
me.
a lot of them, but I didn't know Alex Jones was one of them. Not that I would be surprised, to be clear.
Interesting.
Jester for
I've heard it
$2
with other
says.
conservative pundits before.
Oh yeah, Jester for $2
Listen,
says.
I have 4 words to say to all of you. 4 words that'll cover all of this and take care of all of your problems. Art of the deal.
Jester for $2 says, "Aren't we demonetized yet?" I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm not a demon, but actually, again, no. Would I know if I were a demon? Is that how it works?
Good question. Can dinosaurs become demons?
I mean, what about Devil Dinosaur?
That's right.
Yeah,
But that's Devil Dinosaur. That's not Demon Dinosaur.
I feel like in some versions, the demon and devils are kind of interchangeable. Not D&D, but like other things.
There was something that got so Australia used to have these giant flightless birds. One of them was just named recently.
Wait, like
and
Moa?
it's named Australia, not I don't think they're closely related. So its name is Dromornis plani.
Okay.
And it translates, or it's often translated as the demon duck of doom.
Okay, I like that. All right, let's get a little bit more Gabriela Haynes in here. We're definitely not getting through all of this, but you know what though? We could save it for like another drive, maybe next month, and next month maybe we would actually have enough. If YouTube isn't lying to me again, and I actually need like 400 members, I'm really not happy with that. And it's not the first time. People who've been here for a while will know that. It's not the first time they've lied to me about it.
Yeah, it's true.
Idea that Huxley proposed. Remember the idea of Huxley? That dinosaurs
TikTok also points out there's literally a Diabloceratops. Also true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
and birds were related. So he revived that idea. And again, based on
Revived.
the hypothesis
Did
that
that
they
idea
had.
go away?
So it was less popular for a while.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So saying he revived it it's not entirely inaccurate. I might say he repopularized it rather than revived it, because it was never gone, but it was just not very popular. Lieutenant Matt the Navigator for $5 says, "Can dinosaurs become demons?"
Okay.
Of course, Racids existed. Yeah, okay.
Well.
Yeah, you have a point there. Jeez.
Yeah, and part of the reason why the idea of birds being dinosaurs kind of fell out of favor too was actually partly because of the lasting influence of Owen.
Yeah. Stupid Owen. Guy who got not everything, but the guy who got a bunch of stuff wrong, and then people were like, "Yeah, but what if he was right anyway?" The kid wasn't. Just wasn't.
No.
Oh well. All right. Here we go.
The Archaeopteryx was related to dinosaurs. Right here, as you can see in this paper, Cladistics, which is that method of classification based on evolutionary ideas, where the similarities are based on ancestry. So it was cladistic that helped to support the hypothesis that birds are direct descendants of theropods. I know that I have used two words here, theropods and cladistics, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that.
Oh, good.
So let's talk about Deinonychus. So John Ostrom, he found those fossils, and he studied them, and he named Deinonychus. And because of that, he was like, this thing, it's a little bit like dinosaur, a little bit like birds. So, Huxley...
I mean, it's entirely like dinosaur. Saying it's a little bit like dinosaur and a little bit like bird is like saying it's a little bit like iguana and a little bit like lizard.
He's a little bit country.
Everything
from rock and roll.
This beagle might have some dog in it.
Yeah.
Right? Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who's been a member for 37 months, my goodness, and at the diapsid level, which is the highest level of the membership program, says, well, we can't have this now, can we? And I'm not sure if we can or not. Because I'm not sure what the antecedent to this is.
Yeah, and like,
Nice
to be
thing.
clear, Deinonychus isn't just bird-like either. Like, it's obviously not a bird, but if it was alive today, we'd call it a bird.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, I've actually found fossils of this dinosaur. I found
Neat.
the killing claw of a Deinonychus before. And its
Cool.
bones they're like almost paper thin.
But would
It
we?
literally looks like you just pulled it out of a roasted duck.
Dr. Tapioca Weasel has just gifted 20 Dapper Dinosaur memberships,
Oh
getting
my
us
God.
2-hour maximum
Ooh.
time frame for today, with plenty to spare. So
Do
thank
you guys
you
know that
so
one of the
much.
things that Dapper said to me when he talked about me coming on for this was that you have to be there the whole time?
Did I say that? Is that a thing I said? It seems
I
like
don't know, was it?
it's okay. Look, it seems like the kind of thing I might have said in order to tease. But
It's also the kind of thing that I would lie about
also true.
in order to tease you.
Yeah, that's the
Not-
thing, right? It's we're caught in like the Schrodinger's
Who
teasing.
knows?
Yeah, it's all just chaos.
Schrodinger's kayfabe.
You know what this
Seriously.
is? This is a vote. Chat, you gotta vote. Make
Yeah,
us a poll,
who's-
Dapper.
Okay, we'll make a poll. Who's telling the truth?
Is
Wait, it's not
Dapper
even that.
lying or am I lying? Those are the two options.
Okay, so what was the first one? Is Dapper what?
Is Dapper joking
Oh, okay.
or like teasing me, or am I lying?
All right. So we'll close down the previous poll because otherwise I can't put up a new. Okay. Which is true? Dapper is teasing Chesh, or Chesh is a. Well, I can't say big, small, fat
Stinky
liar.
liar.
Ooh, stinky. Good. Put
I
in
feel like this
stinky.
poll might have been biased by the question, but it's fine.
All right, I can even fit stinky in. Pretty good. All right, we'll start the poll. We have a few things to read here. Tiktaalik episode 3, Revenge of the Fish, for 100 Argentinian peso says, Deinonychus isn't scary. It's just like a giant turkey. Oh, I love the
Turkey
turkey.
has a killing claw.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't want to get kicked by a turkey. You shouldn't either.
I mean,
that would not be fun.
I would avoid getting kicked by a lot of birds.
Yeah, generally speaking,
Yeah.
birds kicking you is not a good time. Team ONB
You
Formula
call me
1.
Fat?
Yeah.
That's so rude.
You know. Team ONB Formula 1 Dog Racing for $5 says Clay Dapper is the... change the name of it? Whatever. Is the demon-possessed Mokele Venturi antediluvian who feeds on elderly priests with a shrug and then a Ghidorah. Okay, that was a lot.
That's a lot of lore.
Also, looks like right now, Dapper is winning, although we only have 26 votes. So, you know.
There's
Alright.
100 people watching. You guys gotta pick something. Come on.
Oh, we're now up to 28 votes.
Ooh.
Stop sitting on the fence. All right, I'm going to take this away, and we're going to put back... sorry.
Or do you want me to explain that? Or
Oh, I thought it was pretty clear that it was the Deinonychus Hypertrophy Digit 2 Ungule.
yeah, I brought up a dinosaur bone, and I figured, people would probably want to see it.
Sorry, I was watching Chesh's reaction as I said Hypertrophy Digit 2 Ungule.
Listen, I like Digimon too. Shut up.
Continue, please.
Listen,
Sure,
as someone
this is-
who is myself a peddler of various kinds, I fully support you going, look at this cool fossil I found.
Yes. But let him describe it.
Deinonychus claw I found with the rest of a skeleton that I'm hoping I might be able to excavate this year.
Woohoo!
And like I said, the bones are really weird. They're super thin, thinly walled, and I'm hoping there's more claws out there because I like them. Deinonychus is my favorite dinosaur.
Sorry, what was the question?
That's all.
All right, never mind. I'm going to go like this.
He was
Oh,
correct
I was saying,
about it.
like, is it Watha theme?
Oh, well, it's not even a mint, so it shouldn't matter.
I mean, did you try licking it?
It's a good point. Did you?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I mean, sometimes
Okay.
in science you have to lick the science, especially in geology.
Especially in geology.
Yeah.
So I'm going to revive this idea of dinosaurs and birds being related. But when you go in and study the papers that he published on Deinonychus, there are two papers. One published in February, the other one published in July. Those two papers, they show something very interesting, and I would like to share with you. The first thing is the fossil material comes from field trips with more than 30 years of difference. So in 1930, they found some fossils. And in the 1960s, they found some other fossils. The fossil material comes from different locations, two different locations. And these locations, they are 35 miles apart, around 56.3 kilometers. Here you can see the age, the year that the material was found.
Okay, so we're finding two different specimens of Deinonychus, 35-ish miles away. Okay, so that's where we are right now.
Yep.
I don't know what her point is.
Fine.
Here, there's one more thing she's gonna say, and then I have words about this.
The type of material that was found and the distance between them. Okay, the fossil material comes from also two different.
So it's on screen, so I'll count it. She says the material comes from two different layers. I am currently looking at Ostrom, you can say it either way, his paper on Deinonychus. They're found in the same rock layer. They're stratigraphically, so within the rock wall itself, they're about 30 feet apart. That's really close.
Yeah, that's super close.
And I mean, of course, she doesn't accept radiometric dating, but they're about the same age. Them being collected 30 years apart is actually kind of an interesting story. The American Museum of Natural History collected some in the 1930s when they were doing expeditions out in this area. And then Ostrom found his in the 60s. He was on a visit to the AMNH to record characters from the dromaeosaurs they had, the raptor dinosaurs they had there, and he just saw their Deinonychus laying on a table in storage.
Can I? I'm gonna go off a little bit, if you don't mind, because if you want to talk about the time frame in which things are done, and you're talking about the time frame in which science gets done and things get completed or researched, a lot of that has to do with investment.
Mm.
Specifically political investment or monetary investment. So either by a private company, when I say political, I mean either by a private company that is either enabled or it is profitable on its own, or by a government that is either hiring like a university or themselves or some other private group, right? So if you want to talk about whether or not or imply that there's some kind of coincidence between the time frames of when something was discovered, it is incredibly pertinent to talk about how much money any country at any given point in time was investing in digging up dino bones.
Mhm.
Needless to say, not an incredibly profitable endeavor unless you're talking about oil. So, like, if you want to really start making that comparison, you want to draw some interesting lines, then you need to draw the lines not of what they're necessarily finding or even necessarily like what they found, but more about were they able to use the data and how much of it was invested in finding something. And the answer is yo, oil be worth money, bro.
So real quick, Team O&B Formula 1 Dog Racing for $2 says, before even Cain, Dapper was there. Hashtag lore.
Yeah,
True.
and
I predate the
add to what you-
antediluvians.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
And just to add to what you were just saying, another big thing with paleontology is some places have a ton of fossils.
Mhm.
And like a museum will go out and they'll collect thousands of fossils from a single site. It can take years, if not decades, for all of that material to be unpacked, cleaned, and described if it ever gets to any of those other steps.
Yeah, I don't
There-
mean to be pedantic or rude to be like, yeah, we're talking about science and like the data points of like X, Y, or Z is true or not true. But if you care about science and you want to see science done, then you need to be invested in it in a way that has value, because these paleontologists need to be paid. The people who get them out there need to be paid. It takes tools, it takes effort, it takes work. And so like there is something to be said about the monetary either gain or the monetary investment. Do you care about science? Cough it up.
I mean, if you really want to, you got to know how to hack the evangelical mind here. You can't just appeal to their sense of morality or anything, because it's not really going to work. You have
Yeah.
to quote the Bible out, and you have to be like, doesn't the Bible say the laborer is worthy of his wages?
That's part of the woke Bible, actually.
Oh, so don't pay anybody for working.
Shut up.
I've actually heard people say,
That's gonna piss off a lot of pastors who are gonna definitely want to be paid for their work.
actually, I've encountered pastors who have complained that after reading something that Jesus said, people said that sounded weak and woke. I was like,
Well,
okay,
yeah, I'm just saying, like,
great.
pastors are
Yeah,
gonna be
it's
the first
Jesus.
ones to go, actually, you should pay people for doing work. And I'm like, baby, okay. Okay.
But
Rules for
Just-
thee, but not for me.
There are some denominations out there that do not pay their pastors. Pastors are on there on a volunteer basis. So there is that. That is a thing.
Yeah.
So I don't
I'm
know.
simply saying these people are willing to. These people are willing to pay their people. And secular society is not as... Their purse strings are tighter.
Your felony ferret,
You know,
who's
I
been a
think
member for
just
27 months
spitballing
and is at
here-
the
oh,
tetrapod level, they can't weasel out of truth and justice forever.
they're gonna try.
But yeah,
and
No, that is not true. You can
I was gonna say, you
absolutely
know-
do that.
In terms of having tight purse strings, allegedly, in my opinion, America could have a lot less tight purse strings if it stopped spending trillions of dollars on hypermilitarizing cops and doing wars and stuff. Just, my opinion.
There are resources that can be allocated differently for more and less benefit in different areas. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to be ending this poll relatively soon, so if you have not voted yet, I would suggest that you vote now as to whether or not I am teasing Chesh, or Chesh is a small, fat, stinky.
Okay. And one last thing I wanted to touch on here. So Gabriela takes takes the Deinonychus being found at 2 different times and in different areas, and she uses it to claim that the genus is dubious.
That's not how that works.
We have overlapping material.
Yeah, that makes it better.
There's a reason why Ostrom was able to identify a skeleton on a table at the AMNH as a Deinonychus. He had some of that material already. We know that these are the same, if not the same species, they're at least super closely related. And yeah, Deinonychus is still valid. Deinonychus anteropus, the counterbalancing terrible claw, is still a valid species.
Gabriela, if you ever watch this, you're welcome to publish your own examination of those fossils, showing why we should not put them all in the same genus. Have fun with it.
I'm also willing to host you if you even want to try to bother having a conversation about this.
Look at that.
Good luck.
I would even come on and I wouldn't be more mean than is appropriate. I was going to say I wouldn't be mean.
You'd be nicer than her own group has been to her.
I've already been that. I'll be nicer to you than Matt McLean has been in the past. I can give you that. I will definitely be nicer than him.
Well, I'm just going to say I'm not going to let her study my Deinonychus for her paper on it.
Fair enough.
And those layers, they have millions of years difference between them.
They've been dated. It's maybe 2 or 3 million years, which is nowhere outside the realm of possibility for a species to survive.
Yeah, or even less a genus.
Yeah.
A genus, that's perfectly fine. Also, she doesn't agree with these dates anyway, so what does she care?
Yeah.
Even in a secular worldview, you cannot put together those fossils.
I mean, you
Yes,
absolutely
you
can. Yeah. You absolutely
The
can.
thing you're complaining about is that they did.
Yeah. Look, if this were a thing you can't do, then the experts would have called that out. And you know who did it? It was the experts. Tiktaalik, Episode 3, Revenge of the Fish for 200 Argentinian pesos says, when people complained to Paul that he and his followers used money from the offering, he responded something like, quote, those who work for the gospel should live from the gospel, end quote, justifying paying ministers, Corinthians 9:14. I mean, look, I don't have a dog in the fight of whether or not pastors get paid. I'm not a pastor. So, I personally think that if people provide significant value to a community to which they belong, that it is appropriate for that community to reimburse them for their efforts, or at least offer to do that. If that includes pastors, which I think it can in some cases, then I think it's reasonable to pay pastors. On the other hand, if the pastor doesn't want money for doing the pastoring, that's okay too. You're allowed to volunteer. So I will just say I don't have a problem with pastors being paid per se, because the communities which they lead recognize them as providing those people with value. And so if you think someone is providing you with value, I think it's reasonable for you to pay them. And that is where I will stand there. I think it's fine to pay pastors, and I also think if a pastor decides not to be paid and wants to do it anyway, also fine.
I think the church has a really bad habit of not paying its members when its members volunteers and helps out for them.
I will say, yeah, there are definitely churches.
I was going to say, I think a lot of churches depend on volunteer labor when they should be compensating people for the expectations that they're placing upon them.
Yeah, I will agree with that too. Yep. I think that there should be, when you're doing things that are normally paid for the church, I think being paid should be at least an option, which you could choose to forego if you wanted. Like, I'm not going to tell people you're not allowed to volunteer. But yeah, there should definitely be a lot more.
But if they're like, oh, we need a secretary for the office full-time, 40 hours a week.
That should be paid.
And you only go like, oh, we want them to be volunteers. Like, nah, you should pay that person. Because that's 8 hours of their life that you're expecting them to do for free that they can't do getting a different job to like sustain themselves.
Yeah. To be fair, I've only, I think, been to one church that had a full-time secretary, and that person was paid.
Really?
Full-time secretary? Yeah, I think I've only been to one.
Oh yeah, every church I've ever been to, but that's the deep south. It's a whole.
Yeah, I was gonna say the churches you've been to and the churches that I've been to are not all that
Yeah, those
similar.
are run like businesses because that's what they are.
In fact, I think most of the churches I've been to didn't have a secretary per se at all. Now that I think about it. Anyway, let's hear some Gabriela Haynes. We've only got like 12 minutes.
You cannot, even in the secular worldview, you cannot do that. And to make it worse,
Okay.
the identification of Deinonychus was Ostrom decided to say, you know what, that material from 1930, I'm going to grab those. The material from 1960s, I'm going to grab those.
Mm-hmm.
The material from those different layers, I'm going to grab those. The material from those different locations, I'm going to grab those. The material from millions of years difference between them, I'm going to grab those. And I'm going to describe the same thing.
No, you're going to describe all of them, noting overlap between them and how the overlap in the bones that you have matches between them, which means that they're members of a closely related group of organisms, which you're going to call Deinonychus because you think that they're similar enough to be in the same genus. And to counter this, you could try to argue that they're too different to be in the same genus, which it seems like what she's trying to say. But you actually have to make that case because finding a bunch of overlapping bones where, each individual specimen is going to have unique bones, but they're also all going to have overlaps with at least one other one, that is a perfectly valid way to do this. In fact, that's generally how paleontology works. It's very,
That's
very...
how biology works.
Yeah, it's very, very rare that you find a fossil that's complete enough that, you can just fully describe the animal with just that one specimen. Most of paleontology is like, oh, we want another specimen of insert animal, right? That's good. We want that. That's more data. The thing that she's complaining about people not having earlier was enough data. She was like, they choose which data to include. Well, here Ostrom's including as much data as he possibly can, and now she's complaining about that too. Because fundamentally, it's not a complaint about the science. It's a complaint about people not accepting her dogmas. We got 2 super chats.
Yeah, it's a complaint
We got
about
2
not
super chats, Chesh. Come on.
And then I want to clarify something.
Yes. Okay, so first, Roshina #UpsetKeller for $4.99 says, it's hard to supercharge her when the screen is wet. Just an FYI, I hate YouTube for iOS so much. That does sound like it's... Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, I live in a sea of red hats. I can't make friends here. Sorry, you can't make friends where you live. Y'all are all I have. Thank you all. Well, thank you for being here, and I really do hope that make friends and whatnot. I'm going to end the poll. Which is true? Dapper is teasing Chesh, 59%. Chesh is being a small, fat, stinky liar, 40%. So it looks like I was teasing you when I said that, Chesh.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, so the specimens of Deinonychus, she's also talking about that Ostrom used to describe it. At one site, he had at least 3, maybe 4 or 5 individuals at one site. And from the AMNH, they found 2 different skeletons that were very close together. So even if you want to say that these 2 different sites contain 2 different species, which, sure, whatever, genera are split all the time, you still have 2 species of Deinonychus. It's
still Deinonychus.
They're there.
It's not a different genus. And even if it were a different genus, then what? What do we do with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Be pedantic.
That's what they did. Deinonychus. Right here, you can see the layers that they were found. Different
Look
material.
At the scale bar. They're 30 feet apart.
It's not even a different layer according to this chart. It's just different parts of the same layer according to this chart.
Wow.
This is at least the 3rd diagram that Gabriela Haynes has put up on screen that has directly debunked her claims that she's making while she's talking about the diagram.
Yeah, but nobody she's talking to knows what they're looking at.
That's true, but like maybe that's the whole thing, right? She knows her audience is a bunch of people who are ignorant to all of the facts around this, and that's not to throw shade on them, right? Like that's most people.
This is just further evidence that there's no greater disdain towards an audience that someone can have than a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. Creationists always assume that their audience are just absolute morons. And one of my favorite examples of this is the Young Earth evolutionism articles on Answers in Genesis website, which were mostly done by Harry F. Sanders III, although his name was scrubbed from them, partially because if you are familiar with Harry F. Sanders' YouTube and Rumble output, he should be on a watch list. He should absolutely be on a watch list because he looks like the next person who's going to go shoot up a mall.
I disagree.
About the disdain?
Yeah.
Or the watch list.
Who do you think treats their audiences as if they're stupider than young Earth creationists do?
The current government of America.
No.
And
No.
the Conservative Party in Canada. You have literally got a man that will say one thing one day, another thing another day, and then take the people that voted for him and leave them out to rot. At least these people believe that they are giving hope and actually do give hope and meaning to people's lives. I might disagree with them, but
the thing that you don't seem to realize is that
there's 100 levels in Mario.
Well, the far right in America, they think they're the heroes of the story. They quite literally think that they are doing good.
But how do these people not?
The hypocrisy, like when people try to call out hypocrisy, the reason it never works, they're doing it as a power flex.
I don't know how
they're showing you they can get away with stuff. That's the point.
I don't know how that doesn't agree with what I said, though.
Because you're saying that they don't actually believe their own shtick. They do.
So these people,
they're not just going, haha, these silly people that think they're one thing when we're actually another. No, they think they're heroes.
Though. We're talking about whether or not they have disdain for their audience. Trump doesn't disdain anyone more than the people who voted for him. He called them stupid. He said he loves the uninformed or the uneducated. Yeah. He constantly rips them off, constantly convinces them to vote for him, lying to them out of both sides of his mouth. At least she thinks she's helping people. Donald Trump doesn't care if he's helping anybody.
As Sapphire Light said, Debate Hub preview. Two should have,
have
this debate on Debate
What I was
Hub.
going to say is, he's helping the people that he set out to help, and that's billionaires.
Well, right, but that's not what I'm contending.
Like, he doesn't really care what average people think, because he only cares what billionaires think.
But his audience...
That's his audience to him.
Voted.
Everything else is just like, oh, okay, peasants.
Yeah, but then you're just changing the semantic of what counts as his audience. His audience are the people who are putting him in power. Without them, he has nothing. Whether or not he likes them or not, or is catering them to them or not.
The billionaire class is the one that funded the GOP party, right?
Well, we don't have a whole lot of time, so
okay.
Here's an idea. Yeah. Vishanti, what do you have coming up here in the next week or two?
Passover.
Yep, that's going to be starting on Friday, huh?
No.
Wait, is it not? Is it starting on Saturday?
Start on Friday.
Oh, yeah, it starts on Saturday. Yeah,
starts on Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm just being an idiot.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm an idiot. It happens. It's okay. Admit it.
I can't say anything. Don't look at me.
All right, so you got Passover coming up. You got Dapper Reacts, right?
Yeah. Yep. And Chrissy Hansen and I are working on a series together. We've, it takes a long time to compile all the resources and condense them down and
she is
get them all ready to present. So, oh yeah. But the thing is, like, I'm the one that's overwhelmed Chrissy with resources because I've already had a lot of this sitting here kind of like in my database ready to go. But once she also starts digging in, it's gonna get crazy. So
Nice.
yeah, that's part of the reason it's taking so long. You've got two of the most like detail-oriented, thorough people on the planet. It's great.
Sounds pretty awesome.
That's gonna
Alright.
be a good time.
Yeah.
Doc, what do you have coming up?
What do I have coming up? Well, I guess first, hi, I'm Dr. Dino. I have a YouTube channel where I talk about dinosaurs and rocks and things. I've recently uploaded some videos talking about geology of different areas. I did my home state of Iowa first. I'm starting to do vlogs where when I go out and hunt for fossils, I record things, and people seem to like that so far, and
Nice.
I'm making more of both.
And your channel is linked in the descriptions. Why don't you go check it out?
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
An
I do
actual Dr.
dinosaurs.
Dino.
Not an actual doctor, but I
More
we
of a
all know
doctor
who
of
it's,
dinosaurs
You
than
who it's
Kent
Way
named.
Hovind
more of a
is.
Dr. Dino than Kent Hovind is, or ever will be.
I appreciate that. I might go for a doctorate someday, but right now I don't.
Even if you never got any other degree, you would still be a more eminently qualified and capable Dr. Dino than Kent Hovind will ever be.
It's
When you put the bar in the dirt, it barely counts as a bar.
I mean, every Dapper show opens with, hey, do you know how to define a dinosaur? Like, how would I tell if I found a bone in the dirt? Oh, well, I don't know.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Chesh, what do you got coming up?
I got Star Trek. I got Star Trek tomorrow at 9 p.m. over on Top Hats Off, and go and check out that. If you want to find me other than that, I've got Landon. If you care about like politics and you're interested in the Trump tariffs, Landon's going to break down the math. So you know how they presented that equation? We're going to break that equation down, and Landon's going to cry, and I'm going to have a good time laughing at Landon because I don't understand the math. So he's going to be upset.
Landon's like,
laughing
I love
because I'm
math.
too. Yeah,
Chesh was like,
I'm too stupid to know how bad this is. Also, Jordan is coming on over on Debate Hub. Both of those are happening on Debate Hub. If you are interested in Canada politics versus America politics, that is happening on my channel, and I will be live doing
Spoiler,
that
it's all bad.
tomorrow. But yeah, it's actually very interesting to see the dynamic, but I digress. I also was live earlier today talking to Chris Shelton, who's a guy who does culty stuff. Yeah, he was on talking about Trumpism, and we were kind of talking about the history, and we had some MAGAs in the chat that were really mad about trans people, and we laughed at them for being obsessed with trans people because they can't handle any conversation. They're like, "Oh, you're talking about the budget, but trans people," and it's like, good God.
Oh no,
it was very amusing.
They're delicate peepees.
If you're curious and you want to see the side chat, you need to watch it now because the side chat's going to disappear because we do a Q&A session. So you got to go watch it soon. Otherwise, it's going to go away. So, but whatever. That's what I'm.
All right, we got another super chat. This one is from Jake Insert Clever Dapper Inside Joke here Nelson for $5, who says, "Everyone go check out the album Almost Killed Me by The Hold Steady." Let's see what is coming up here. Well, tomorrow over on Top Hats Off, I've got Star Trek Endurance Season 1, Episode 1. We are indeed breaking it into seasons. There are going to be 4 seasons. That is the plan, unless we get canceled beforehand. Let's see.
You're saying like you get 4 seasons like Enterprise.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get a 5th with Jeffrey Combs.
That would
Inshallah.
look. If Jeffrey Combs wants to play in my Star Trek game, I will make a 5th season just for Jeffrey Combs. I just lost my train of thought. Right, Saturday before Passover, doing Dapper Reacts. So that'll be our noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Then on Tuesday, I've confirmed Matt with Maddie from Science Side Up, also from OK Roll. Then on Thursday, there's a video coming out. I don't remember which one it is. It's going to be something. It's going to be great. You should like it. Because, you watch my stuff. Then on the next Friday after that, there's going to be more Star Trek.
I thought I was the one that was drinking tonight. What's happening right now? Are you okay?
I haven't had a drop of alcohol. I just don't even know what's going on anymore.
We gave up.
Yeah.
We gave up.
Well, the stream timer did hit 0, so, All right, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think right now, after Dr. Tapioca Weasel gave a very generous 20 memberships, as well as a few other people joining. I think we're now currently at like 70 something that we need, according to YouTube, which again could just be a lie.
Okay.
For all I know.
We still got the Darwin deal with it.
Yeah, we still got the Darwin deal with it. We replaced the superfluous top hat. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody. You guys have been extremely generous. Thanks to you, Dr. Dino, for giving us your time and your expertise. Thank you, Chesh, for giving us your time and lack of expertise.
Jeez.
That's what I'm here for.
We really feel the love.
And thank you,
Listen,
Vishati, for coming in
in
late
an Olympic race.
Thank you to me
I'm a
for
normal
coming
guy.
in late
with the
after
emoji.
spending like an hour and a half last night folding my body in half, headbanging to Meshuggah.
All right, we're getting out of here, everybody. Stay safe out there, and I hope I see all of you tomorrow for Star Trek. Bye, everybody.
Have a good one.
Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Van Tovend, Ferrevara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Max Cherry, North Texas Fossils, John Ackerman, Strawberry Vein, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, Eleron Teller, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostek von Mennen, Landon Knoll, Mabbity Babbity, Sphincter of Doom, and Volus. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.